Delight.
My love took me down to the river to silence me.
there wouldn't have been none of these issues. Okay. Todd Blanche would have successfully bypassed judges and other pesky parts of the legal system and fully weaponized the DOJ on Trump's behalf. So, sorry, Pam, but it's because you're a lady. Hi. Hello. Hello, my little dumpling. Fuck Pam Bondi. And I will say, we we're talking about this a bit in the Discord, but I had said on a few points that I thought Pam Bondi would be forced to fall on the sword. You know, first it was Kristi Noem, and then it was old Pamela. Old Pamela. And that's the thing, women. You MAGA women, just because you've aligned yourselves with Donald Trump and fascism and you have put yourselves forth fully as loyalists, you are so disposable. Caroline Leavitt next. Yeah, I mean, he's blamed Caroline Leavitt for why people have a negative perception of him. He's like, she's not doing a good enough job. Yeah, so women, guess what? You are super de-duper disposable. I think Caroline Leavitt, I think Tulsi. I mean, look, could be Cash Money as well. Cash Money could be leaving with nothing but his specialized Nike shoes that say Cash Money. And or nailed women in fascism. God damn it. Another day that has gone by without me yet watching and it being referenced in this chat. MAGA women as scapegoats while every man is on the files. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, Ghislaine Maxwell is evil and she deserves to rot in piss. But it is telling that the one person, aside from Jeffrey Epstein, who has been, charged and arrested, and in Maxwell's case, found guilty, sentenced to prison. It's a woman. And everyone's like, okay, great. Case closed. Nothing more to see here. Can you play this in remembrance of Pam Bondi? Yeah, is it the crab rave? Well, I was going to say, it's a crab rave, but it's also not a real crab rave. Pam Bondi is horrible. She's evil. She sold her soul to protect pedophiles. She deserves nothing but absolute pain and to live a miserable life, and absolutely deserves to be held criminally accountable, of course. But Todd Blanche is coming in. That's the thing. It's like all these people are terrible. Okay, when Kristi Noem is replaced by someone who's just as bad. So there's no moral shakeups here. It's just blaming MAGA loyalists, who often tend to be women, as a way to try and either skirt accountability for Trump, or because he genuinely blames them for why people are mad at him.
Under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true, so help you God.
I did.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators
Thank you for the level 4 hype train.
Right now, it's over 50,000.
Yeah, why are we talking about the Dow being up?
I don't know why you're laughing.
Zomocon, thank you for the 4 months.
We should be talking about.
Cozy Gaming, thank you for the 9 months.
Right now.
Windflower, thank you for 14 months.
The American people need to know this. Need to know how it's been down.
Let me address the survivors, because that's
How it's been down.
will you turn to the survivors. This is not about
How it's been down.
Co-conspirators fully redacted. Who's responsible? Are you able to track it? The survivors gave
I like how there's always at least one person on the internet somewhere who will make a banger song out of something that's happening in politics.
Testimony to the FBI files pulled from the website that we will never see. The DOJ released photos of victims didn't want to be known. Who released the names
Always.
and redacted the
Always.
men they implicate.
K4 thank you for the tier 1. Shmayoho. Shmayoho.
Quote, took the freedom of speech.
Come on, the Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow? How is the Dow?
You're covering up the
How is the Dow?
the crimes that have taken place.
Over 50,000.
Secretary Lutnick's ties.
How now, Dow? How now, Dow?
What does the Dow have to do with anything? Are you kidding?
In Lincoln Park, he's climbing in your windows, he's snatching your people up,
Okay, this was definitely the first one I saw.
trying to rape them, so y'all need to hide your kids,
Hide your wife,
hide your kids,
hide your wife,
hide your kids,
hide your wife.
and hide your husband, 'cause they
They've
raping
done it all.
everybody out here.
Yep.
You don't have to come and confess, we're looking for you, we gon' find you,
We gon' find you.
You can run and tell that, run and tell that,
Run and tell that, homeboy, home, homeboy.
We got your t-shirt to the
This
left,
one went
we're
triple
so nice, you are
platinum
so
with my friend
dumb.
group in
You are
2010.
really dumb,
Oh.
for real. The man got
one of
away
the-
with
one of the greatest of all time.
evidence. I was attacked by some idiot in the project. So dumb, so dumb, so dumb, so he's climbing in your windows. He's
I think we used to
snatching your
pregame
people
to
up,
this.
trying to rape him, so y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, cause they raping everybody out here. You don't have to come and confess.
We're looking for you.
We gon' find
This is so 2000s, yeah.
You can run and tell that, run and tell that,
run and tell that.
Homeboy, homeboy.
Oh, remember when the internet was fun? Remember that? Remember when we were getting banger auto-tune songs from local television interviews that went viral? Permission. Oh yeah. Is Chuggies asking for permission? I don't see Chuggies. Well, permission granted. There you go. Yeah, so that's that's what's happening there with Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi. Man, I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm not at all.
Kaylee, I just got off the phone.
Did Carol cover Ethel Kane's Insta post? Okay, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I only saw something briefly on this. You know, I should at the start of every stream, because I always have like my main stories. I always have the main stories that I'm planning to cover, and then there's kind of the middle ones where maybe it won't take as long as the main stories, and then there's the bites. The yes, I saw that. 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 But don't fully understand. So my understanding is that Ethel showed. Ethel posted meat on Maine. I mean, look, it was Trans Visibility Day, and Ethel said, yeah, I'm not going to be visible for just one day. So, and Ethel said, and I took that literally. Yeah, apparently Ethel showed meat on Maine. Ethel Kane. And I think a lot of people also didn't know Ethel Kane is trans. I think people maybe have heard of Ethel Kane because of Ethel's beef with Lana Del Rey. You know, maybe that's been in their periphery, but yeah, so the post is still, shut the fuck up. Ethel's got beef, all right. Wait, hold on. Let me how? Wait, okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm liking that shit. Let's go. Ah! Oh, my goodness. It's also, as I said, so funny to me that Ethel Kane did this. Did this after Trans Visibility Day. The trans community gets one day to be visible, and Ethel said, "I don't think so." Honestly, these pictures are gorge. It's giving art. Okay, this is giving art. Alluring Skull said, "This is the cuntiest thing I've ever seen." Oh my God. Wow. It's art. Also, I just saw that Hassan follows Ethel Kane. Ain't no way Hassan knows who Ethel Kane is. What you know about Ethel Kane? What you know about Ethel Kane, Hassan Piker, huh? Huh? Oh my God. I am so tired of people being unbelievably insane, because look, you know I got my limits on defending men. I got my limits on defending cis straight men. And it's been a couple times this week that I've had to defend Hassan because people are so goddamn crazy. Like this person, Rita Powell, who is like Israel supporter, blue MAGA type person. They posted this, and there's a lot of people are posting a lot of crazy things. This not just this past week, but just all the time too. But Rita goes, Hassan is flaming out. Well, first I read this as Hassan is flaming, and I thought that was really funny. I was like, what? He can't keep getting away with it. Hassan is flaming, but here's the real reason why. Politicians don't want to have anything to do with him, not because of his views, but because he doesn't help them get voters. He actively tells his listeners both sides are the same, and he encourages them not to vote. Which this is just like not true either. Look at what happened to Russell Brand. He pulled the same nonsense and now he's irrelevant. Okay, so this is what made me respond, because otherwise I've been like, all right, whatever, you're stupid and just adding to the pile here. But this was this sent me into the stratosphere of being enraged, because Russell Brand is currently facing a criminal trial in the UK, as well as a civil lawsuit in the United States. All right. He has multiple allegations that then turned into criminal charges related to rape and sexual assault. And when the allegations first broke, he responded by hardcore pivoting towards a born-again Christian right-wing persona to provide conspiratorial and spiritual cover for his crimes, as you do. You know, classic man is accused of rape and abuse and goes, but Jesus, hold on a second, I'm a Christian now. Yeah, so the comparison to Hassan trivializes Brand's abuse and hides the fact that he is facing an upcoming criminal trial. And I saw someone who was like, well, Russell Brand tried to do the leftist. No, I know Russell Brand was once upon a time sharing more leftist views, but it didn't get the attention that he got when he started being all MAGA, when he's a grifter. Okay, this man is a piece of shit, rapist grifter. And so nothing that he's ever said is consistent or from any rooted in any principles. He's just a goddamn grifter. But this is how crazy people are being in comparing Hassan to Russell Brand or Nick Fuentes. Anyway, I'm tired. I can't. And it's like when women do it, I don't care if you personally like Hassan or not. I am not interested in like having everybody, personally like Hassan. That's not what this is about. It's you are passing misinformation, and you are doing so often at the expense of, well, in this instance, victims of abuse, Russell Brand's victims, with a Nick Fuentes, who, as I recall, says your body, my choice, and actively promotes abuse against women, raping women in order to dominate them. I'm like, do you understand that what happens is that you don't actually successfully cast Hassan as committing the equivalent of Russell Brand's crimes or, spewing Nick Fuentes' rhetoric. What you do is you diminish the seriousness of a Nick Fuentes. That's what happens when you compare the two and say one is the other, or even in instances saying that Hassan is worse. what you're doing is actually trivializing and lessening the seriousness of this raging, misogynistic, hateful rhetoric from someone like Fuentes. Anywho, didn't Nick Fuentes push his neighbor down the stairs when she had, there was an incident because people had found out where Nick Fuentes lived, that he lived in the suburbs, in the Illinois suburbs, and he was living, I think he lives at home. Anywho. Okay. What other? Oh, Michael Hobbs just did a series. Ooh, yes. I actually haven't listened to Maintenance Phase in a second, but thank you for letting me know because I will definitely go listen to. Yes. Okay. Maintenance Phase just did a double episode on Russell Brand. Russell Brand Part 1, Russell Brand Part 2. Russell Brand is a horribly evil man. Just in case anyone's forgotten. Okay. He hasn't even, and I wouldn't even say that he's irrelevant, because I think what can happen is when we ascribe the label of irrelevant, then we pretend that the larger, it kind of acts as if the larger ecosystem that Russell Brand is a part of is immaterial. But Russell Brand has a ton of supporters out there. And that is why he understood that as long as you have people supporting you, and this was before criminal charges were filed, mind you, okay? It's a different story when you are facing a criminal trial where you could actually serve prison time. But when it comes down to, the court of public opinion and why aren't abusers and rapists ever facing consequences? It's because when they still have an audience, and Russell Brand being a person online, you can be the worst person in the fucking world and cultivate an audience. So he still has supporters. And anyway, it's also absurd to be screaming this much about Hassan while also saying he's irrelevant. So what is it? Is it that he's fallen off, that he doesn't have any actual influence and power? Or is it that he does, which is why y'all are coalescing to smear him? Emma, thank you for the 5 months. I think Katie said some things about Russell Brand too. Oh, I mean, he was horrible to her. We are off to a great start with Blanche. Oh, Lord. Oh, who was Epstein spying for?
Know that he was spying for anybody. Nobody's ever said that.
No? You don't think he might have been a...
He was just a financial advisor.
Who was Epstein spying for?
Look, everything. I don't know that he was spying for anybody. Nobody's ever said that.
No? You don't think he might have been a spy for a foreign country?
I have no idea if he was a spy. All I know is that we don't have any evidence in the Epstein files that the FBI collected.
Also, Todd Blanche is Donald Trump's personal lawyer.
Over 15 years that suggests that, Jesse. I don't know. I wasn't part of the original prosecution team. Neither was Attorney General Bondi. And I can tell you this. There's only one president that's held Mr. Epstein accountable, and that's Donald J. Trump. During his first administration, that was the administration that prosecuted him. And during this administration, it's the administration that's been totally transparent and released all the files. And no matter how much criticism people
I must
want to
have
make
missed
about the
that.
Epstein files, that is indisputable. It's undisputable that nobody talked about the Epstein files for 4 years during Biden. 4 years.
Well, yeah,
And so
I
when
mean,
President Trump said, let's release the Epstein files, and the law
I
was
think this is a two things could be true.
passed that allowed us to legally do it, we did it.
Okay. I'm not sure you totally get what people feel about that, but I want to move on. The fraud situation. I love who is.
He's like, okay, buddy, I am on your side, but I do need to mention that there are a lot of people who do feel a certain way about this. The whole FBI cleared Epstein that one time thing sure casts a murky shadow over a world famous pop star's biopic that comes out in 2 weeks. Wait, the whole FBI cleared Epstein that one time thing sure casts a murky shadow. Wait, are you talking about Michael Jackson? The Michael Jackson biopic? So Trump killed Epstein with his bare hands. Shawnee, thank you for the 19 months. All right.
On with President Trump, we have a big
Okay.
scoop.
We've
Pam
got a
Bondi
big scoop.
will soon leave her job
Maxwell,
as the
thank you for the
Attorney
4
General.
months.
She is going to get a different job within the administration. It doesn't sound like there is.
I love this whole wording of we're restructuring or we have found a special new position in the private sector. And we thank Christy Bondi. we thank Pam Nome. We thank these women for serving this country. Like truly just interchangeable. Yeah.
Any bad blood between her and President Trump, but it does seem like they want her to go and do something else. And in an interim
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's no bad blood
role, she will be replaced by
sure.
Todd Blanche, who is currently her deputy at the Justice Department. So it doesn't sound like Blanche is being elevated long term to the
Pam.
Attorney General. There might be somebody else that the president wants to go in there, but President Trump soon will announce to the entire world that it is the end of Pam Bondi's time as the Attorney General.
That Pam Bondi is dead to Trump.
Still thinks that she is a great person and that she did a good job. And he still wants her in the fold because she will still be an important part of the administration, he tells me.
Oh, you mean that they probably have, she probably has dirt on Trump, but because of her complicity, it's kind of a standoff here.
But no longer as the top law enforcement officer of the United States. That, at least for a little while, is going to be Todd Blanche.
Ducey,
Heard it here first.
That's rather big news, and I'm sure you don't have the answer to this, but there have been some rumored names to replace her. Did you happen to catch that?
Also, Pam has been helping Trump for longer than she was the AG, because over a decade ago, she asked him for a personal donation to her reelection campaign when she was Florida's AG. He gave her $25,000. And then she decided not to pursue an investigation into the fraud allegations concerning Trump University. Of course, Pam's involvement when Alex Acosta was Florida's AG and gave Jeffrey Epstein that sweetheart deal. And then Pam refusing to look into that. So they go way back. They do. Pam and Dawn go way back, and I'm sure that this was a mutual parting of ways and no bad blood whatsoever.
So far, Todd Blanche.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We'd be remiss if we didn't ask. Okay. Thank you so much, Peter. Laura, we're both from Florida, and Pam Bondi is an amazing attorney general, was an amazing attorney general in Florida, and I know her services are greatly appreciated. State of Florida law.
Okay. How many fucking bumpets does does Kaylee have in her hair?
Loves her, as does the entirety of the
I
Trump.
swear, every time I look at Fox News, the hair just gets more and more bumped up. I'm like, that is two full cans of hairspray. All right, do not go near an open flame.
Administration.
Absolutely, and she's done an incredible job. I mean, this is a very tough job to come in and be Attorney General of the United States. I give her a lot of credit for what she's been able to do. There was a lot of pressure
Honestly,
surrounding a whole
hashtag
host
girl
of
boss.
different things coming into, the president's.
Bigger the hair, closer to God. That's right. That's right. I should sell a Bump It that is so high. That is so high you can't even see the top of someone's head in photos. I should sell that as Carolyn.
Term in office, and I think she's been great. She's cracked down on crime. She's done an incredible job, in this role. And yeah, we love her in Florida.
She's cracked down on crime, except when it comes to prosecuting any of the pedophiles involved with Jeffrey Epstein's criminal operation. But yeah, otherwise, sure. Yeah.
The United States owes her a debt of gratitude. I know the president would echo those sentiments.
Yes. Well, as we just heard, Todd Blanche stepping in temporarily. We await to see if he gets the top job or if some of the other rumored names indeed get that. Breaking news here on Outnumbered. Now on to America Reports.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
I mean, look, I'm going to say it again. When you are when you are a woman in Maga. Now, it's not to say that men aren't disposable as well. If Trump sees that they have outlived their usefulness, if he's wrapped up in something and he needs someone else to take the fall, then it'll happen. But just a reminder to women, you are a second-class citizen. You are 1,000% up for the chopping block. Whenever. It doesn't matter how many years of loyalty you have to Donald Trump. Okay, remember Elise Stefanik? Elise Stefanik, who was a great MAGA soldier for Donald Trump, an extreme loyalist. And Elise Stefanik had been promised, and this was public, that Trump had vowed to appoint her as his UN ambassador. And then, well, unfortunately, they were too worried about the narrow, razor-thin margin with the House. So it was just too risky to remove Elise and put her in this ambassador position. So we couldn't do it, okay? But it did not mean that Elise Stefanik was not faithful. But then the governor's race comes along, and Elise Stefanik actually, if I'm recalling correctly, was ahead of the other Trump guy, and she was predicted to do better than him. But then suddenly Elise Stefanik drops out. She drops out of the race. And it's because Trump did not endorse her, and he endorsed his other guy. Ooh, Elise, that's gotta hurt twice. Two massive stabs to the chest. I feel like I haven't heard her name in years. Well, yeah, that's because, again, at one point, Elise was front and center waging war on behalf of Trump, and then she got fucked over twice. He demands loyalty and doesn't return it. Yeah. And then Maria Machado, who was so desperate for Trump's backing her in attempting to take over Venezuela's government, that she went from dedicating the Nobel Peace Prize that she won. She went from dedicating it to Trump on behalf of the people of Venezuela to full on offering it to him. Just here, take it. Do you want it? Take it. And yet Trump publicly was like, yeah, I don't know about Maria Corina Machado. So he essentially was like, yeah, I don't know about her taking over the government in Venezuela. I think it's going to have to be me. I think I'm going to have to run things there. Yeah, she just straight up gave him her Nobel Peace Prize and still didn't get anything in return. 2026 being a bad year. I mean, 2025 and 2026 really just showing that your loyalty is not rewarded. And I think Tulsi Gabbard is probably next. Caroline Leavitt, Tulsi Gabbard.
To the news hour, President Donald Trump has ousted the second member of his cabinet in less than a month. Attorney General Pam Bondi will be leaving her role after just 14 months on the job. In a post on his social...
God, I can't get over that Cash Money always looks like he's just pooped his pants. He really looks like when you see a baby and you can tell that it's pooped in its diaper. You're like, you went poop, didn't you? And then you give it a little sniff test. You're like, oh, yeah, that's a shit. That's a shit. That's how Kash Patel always looks, that he's pooped in his pants and he's trying to hide the fact that he's pooped in his pants, and he is worried that people will start to smell it.
She will be leaving her role after just 14 months on the job.
Yeah.
In a post on
sharded in the elevator face. When you think it's going to be a fart, but it's actually a shart.
His social media platform, the president said Bondi would be, quote, transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector. He did not specify the reason for her dismissal. Our justice correspondent Ali Rogan has more on Bondi's firing and what comes next for the Department of Justice.
After the announcement, Bondi called her time as AG the honor of a lifetime and said it was easily the most consequential first year of the Department of Justice in American history. During her tenure, Bondi has faced bipartisan criticism for her handling of the department's investigation into late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And the president himself has expressed frustration over her lack of prosecutions of his perceived political enemies.
Oh, and not to defend Pam Bondi here, but it's not for lack of effort. Pam certainly tried. She took a fucking sledgehammer to the Justice Department. She came in fully as a Trump loyalist, ready to weaponize the DOJ to serve his every need. So she definitely tried. But I'm sure Trump is looking at this. And genuinely going, if she were a man, she would have been able to do it.
But Bondi was also a vocal ally of President
like, we're bringing
Trump,
Todd in.
who frequently attacked members of Congress on his behalf, including at a combative.
We're bringing Todd in because he's a lot more aggressive and he's a man.
Hearing in February.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who previously served as President Trump's personal attorney, will lead the department until the president names a new nominee for the role. For more on what this means for the DOJ, I'm joined by Mary McCord. She's a former acting assistant attorney general for national security and longtime federal prosecutor. She's now executive director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown Law. Mary, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks. Look at that intense, Bob.
14 months in, what is Pam Bondi's legacy going to be as attorney general?
Well, I think probably the things that people will remember her for the most probably is the debacle of the Epstein investigation. I mean, way
Just
back
okay,
early in
11
Donald
months.
Trump's tenure, she really promised that the client files were on her desk. That had to have just been made up.
Yeah, she was also one of the loudest leading voices on claiming that the election was stolen from Trump. So she's been out there hitting the pavement on his behalf, but sorry.
Because it was only months later that she said, we don't have anything
good
here.
enough.
I've, investigated this along with the FBI director. There's no criminal cases coming out. There is no client list. And then, of course, we've seen what has happened since then. There are so many other things that she did that I feel like she should be remembered for. And these are mostly not good things at all, completely undermining the independence of the Department of Justice from the White House, saying famously in the Great Hall the first time she addressed the men and women of the department that she was...
I'm just going to remind everyone of this story with Pam Bondi, which I've already talked about before on stream, but in case you missed it, just so you know, I mean, you should know that Pam Bondi is evil alone based on how she is covered up for pedophiles. Covered up for pedophiles. So like that's enough to all the proof you need to show that she's evil. But Pam Bondi, you know, there tends to be this thing with right wing with these MAGA women and how evil they are regarding dogs. So Pam, during Hurricane Katrina, found a dog that had been turned into a shelter because of the storm, and she adopted that dog. And this was after her Saint Bernard had died. So she finds this dog in a shelter, adopts the dog. Well, it turns out that the dog belonged to a 4-year-old child who had already been recovering from the murder-suicide loss of both of his parents. And then Hurricane Katrina happens. He was living with his grandparents because of his parents being dead, and the dog gets lost in the storm. So that is how this 4-year-old's dog ends up in the shelter. And so when they find out that the dog ended up being adopted by Pam Bondi, they go and ask Pam for their dog back. And Pam, it's like in this child's face, said no. This little 4-year-old was begging Pam Bondi to like have his dog back. And she looked at him and was like, oh yeah, no. See, the thing is, this is my dog now. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like truly cartoon villainy. The levels of evil. Yeah, an orphan, for God's sake, who's already been through so much trauma in the short 4 years he's been alive. And then Pam was like, oh, you want your dog back? Yeah, you're not getting your dog back. And then she sued the kid. I know. And then she filed a suit. She did. She filed a suit and she tried to say that the previous owners were abusive to the dog and she actually saved the dog. Yeah, no, Pam Bondi is vile. She has been vile for years.
So pleased to be
decades.
Working under the direction of the President of the United States. And that's really complete anathema to the prosecutors who in order to show the American people.
Now, the good news is that the child did eventually get his dog back. So that does have a happy ending there. But yeah, Pam certainly tried.
That justice is not being used for political purposes, want to keep that distance.
Why do you think this is happening and why now?
Yeah, you know, I have actually thought for some time that this was, you know, going to happen, and it's you know, getting in Donald Trump's mind about when he decides to do something is difficult to do.
Certainly.
It's usually tied to a news cycle or to try to distract from news, I think. And so, you know, today it's not clear. He had a bad day in the Supreme Court yesterday with the birthright citizenship argument, which had really nothing to do with Pam Bondi, but still, perhaps he wants a distraction. Now, whether this is the kind of distraction he wants, I don't know. The Epstein matter, you know, what this really will do is bring that back into the fore of discussion, even while people were starting to discuss other things, because
I wonder where that kid is now. Because let's see, 2005, 21 years ago. So that kid would be 25 years old today. I wonder if he's sitting there seeing the news here and going, El Bozo, fuck you, Pam Bondi. I have hated your ass for 2 decades.
Again, I think that's really
Shouts
one
out
of
to
the things
him.
she's most known for.
We also know that President Trump was frustrated with her failure to successfully prosecute some of his political adversaries, James Comey, Tish James, to name a few.
Thank you for the gifted.
Some of the top names being circulated to replace her include current EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., Jeanine Pirro. Would any of these names have any more success in those prosecutions?
Jeanine is the energy that I think Pam Bondi tried to have when she was in that hearing over the Epstein files and screaming about the Dow and being like, I can't believe that you all are saying these things about the president. I mean, why aren't we talking about the Dow being up? I mean, my God, you shut up. No, you shut up. See, I think she needed the like theatrical craziness of Janine.
Of political adversaries than Bondi did.
You know, her lack of success there is because
Janine
the
is a TV
evidence didn't
professional.
support the charges. And that's what we've seen with when, grand juries, like we've heard already under Janine Pirro's watch in Washington, D.C., a grand jury rejected efforts to indict the members of Congress who had, put out the truth in a statement saying that members of the military, owe an oath to the Constitution and not to obey unlawful orders. That was just a true statement. And the, grand jury refused to indict. We've seen vindictive and selective prosecution motions filed in the cases of James and Jim Comey. Now, the court didn't have to actually reach the final merits of those because they kicked those cases out on the grounds that Lindsay Halligan was unlawfully, in that office. But they were powerful motions that even though Lindsay Halligan had managed to get indictments there, those motions and some other statements by the judges in those cases suggested she might have done so by saying things to the grand jurors that she wasn't supposed to say. So the long and the short of the answer to your question is, a different person doesn't change whether there is a lack of evidence. And some of the suggested prosecutions are just really straining to find something to prosecute.
Todd Blanche, who's currently the Deputy Attorney General, will serve in the acting capacity as the leader until someone is named. He was President Trump's former lawyer.
I just can't believe we went from arguing over the lack of apoliticalness with the DOJ because of Pam Bondi's various actions to just Donald Trump straight up having his personal lawyer. Straight up appointing his personal lawyer to take over, whether it's temporary or not. Like, that's crazy. I know people understand that, but I need people to really understand how crazy that is. His lawyer who represented him as recently as 2024. Yes. Not somebody who, okay, fine, 15 years ago. Pam was his defense lawyer too. Oh yeah, I forgot that she was one of his defense lawyers during his impeachment trial. That's the world that we are in. Let's listen to some of the I've had it ladies' thoughts on this. My girls. I'm assembling a team of attorneys who can all be my attorney general when I'm president.
Trump fired Kristi Noem. It turns out her husband, Big Titty Brian, is in very compromising positions. Now he has fired.
Wait, did y'all see this on the Kristi Noem sitch? Did you see that the whistleblower may have been an undocumented sex worker? Okay, so a White House reporter has claimed an unexpected source may have been behind exposing the alleged alter ego of former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's husband. Axios reporter Mark Caputo revealed that he had been given a tip last month about Byron Noem's busty bimbo alter ego before the Daily Mail reported on his cross-dressing habits on Tuesday. Yeah, I got a weird lead. A source texted me February 13th, the veteran reporter posted. They said an immigrant sex worker, possibly in the country illegally, wanted to go public about Noem's husband using her services online. It was vengeance for DHS's immigration enforcement. Everything about this administration is so unserious. Everything about this administration reveals the absolute moral hypocrisy that is constantly at play, right? Like the moral rot, the hypocrisy, and it is unserious because the absurdity of the absurdity of like everything ongoing is certainly absurd, and just how frequently we have a fork found in kitchen situation, whether it is MAGA officials or prominent MAGA supporters who are outed as pedophiles, whether it is this kitchen has a lot of forks. Yeah, the kitchen's got too many forks. And obviously, if this were not Kristi Noem's husband, then the take here is, who cares? Let him live his life. Let him have his private dealings, as long as it's not, committing crimes, as long as this is not exploitative, whatever. But we're talking about Kristi Noem's husband. We're talking about people who are who are fascists, who have been working on behalf of a fascist administration, pushing the most heinous, hateful rhetoric and policies. So actually, yeah, it is important to go, well. Would you look at that? It's also proof that the hatred you foment comes back to you. Yes. Hey, guess what, Kristi Noem's husband? Because of what you believe in, or what you, publicly advocate for and have aligned yourself with, that restricts your freedom as a man here. This is what we're always talking about with this, with these conservative values being so oppressive, of course, being rooted in really rigid gender norms. That means when something like this happens, you're toast. The irony of it, Kristi Noem was pro-ICE, but an immigrant was the whistleblower. Yeah, and I don't know if this is like totally confirmed, but it would be, it would make sense. It would make sense, and it would not be the first time that there's been a situation like this where the person who revealed the truth is a person that the right wing paints so frequently as the enemy, has targeted. He added in a follow-up post that he was sharing because folks sometimes wonder how reporting works. Here, I would have needed to talk to the accuser and verify the info the way the Mail did. When we use anonymous sources, they're credible. The Daily Beast reached out to the Daily Mail for comment. Daily Mail reported that Brian Noem, 56, uses an online ego where he puts on fake boobs and skin-tight leggings to chat with adult performers. Yeah, man, wouldn't you love to live in a world where you were not judged for that, where that was not criminalized, where that was not that was not a part of the that was not a part of like the constant ongoing hateful rhetoric deployed by the right wing to strip LGBTQ people of their rights. Is his name Byron or Brian? Did I say it's Brian Noem? The outlet said it obtained hundreds of messages involving 3 separate women tied to his bimboification, which is a fetish involving role-playing as a hypersexualized Barbie doll in which a man wears massive breasts and tight clothing. It's called bimboification, people who modify their body to look like a doll, the Barbie look. His kink is for huge, ridiculous boobs. Yeah. Just big honkers, just the biggest, the tiggest old biddies. Kristi Noem was ousted from her role at DHS earlier this month after Trump fired her via Truth Social post. Her time leading DHS was, do you think Kristi Noem is looking at the Pam Bondi firing and going, I got fired from a fucking post. I found out I was fired from a post. Are you kidding me? Her time leading DHS was riddled with controversy. Yes, indeed. And she spent hundreds of millions on a glamorous self-promoting ad campaign. She and Brian, see, now they've spelled it, I don't give a shit, met in high school in their native South Dakota. They were married in 1992 when she was just a 20-year-old college student. They have 3 children, Cassidy, Kennedy, and Booker, all of whom are in their 20s. Noam, who's also alleged to be engaged in an extramarital affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, in what has been called DC's worst kept secret, said she is devastated by the report on her husband. Yeah, she knew. Okay, I'm sorry. I do not believe that this is news to Kristi Noem. Her spokesperson told the Mail the family was blindsided by this. They asked for privacy and prayers at this time. It's no wonder they hate drag queens. They're super jealous. Her husband would love. Jimbo was in BB No Money's music video.
Yes! Celebrating Pride, driving around in the sunshine in beautiful Victoria. I'm here with Bobby and Brady.
Jimbo. Prayers for big old titty McBitty. Yeah. Low Brian, thank you for 21 months. Alexandria, thanks for the raid.
Is Jimbo.
Now this is a showstopper.
We love boobs. We love boobs. We just shouldn't oppress people who have boobs or want to have boobs. You know what I mean? Everyone should have boobs if they want them. If you want boobs, you should be freely allowed to have a pair of titties. You know? We're all about boobs. We're just not about these fucking losers. These losers who do one thing publicly and then another thing privately. You can't just hide prosthetic honkers that big and her not find them. Yeah, I know. He probably just has them on a shelf in the closet. It's the big booby shelf. You know, he's probably got a couple pairs in case one of them is a little sweaty. You never know when you need a backup pair of enormous honkers. Yeah, if these fascist dehumanizing losers do not push to remove people like this from society, they could do this happy in the open. Yeah, so like I don't feel bad for any of these people involved. And it's very rich for Kristi Noem to be asking for privacy at this time. Please give my family privacy. No, you don't actually deserve that. You haven't earned. You have not. In fact, you have given up your right to deserve that privacy. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I don't think so. Nope.
Pam Bondi, pop up this headline. Daily Mail keeps giving us banger after banger after banger.
Please stop looking at photos of my husband's fake big tits. Please, everybody. Please. My name is Kristi Noem, and I am asking you to please stop talking about my husband's big fake boobs. Please, at this time, we're asking for prayers and privacy. No more of these nicknames that I have seen. No more of the memes that I have seen which make the boobs even bigger. They're big enough. Those boobs are certainly big enough without somebody on the internet editing them to make them 4 times the size.
Saw it coming. Pam Bondi begged
privacy for the
not
Jacobs,
to fire
please.
her during dramatic White House showdown as insider reveals his final straw. And put up the second slide. For this is the final straw from the article. Philip Nieto posts, and this is from the Daily Mail article. Trump told Pam Bondi shortly before his Iran
But those
speech
boobs
on
weren't even
Wednesday
made in
night
America.
that
Yeah, they probably came from a Chinese manufacturing company. You got Chinese titties on.
She would soon be fired. Trump's
Chinese
reason for
made
the sudden
boobs.
dismissal comes in part because the president believes Bondi tipped off Congressman Eric.
Please don't show him the boobs can be bigger. I already barely fit on our bed. Please. We've had to go from a queen size bed to a California king because there's not enough room for all of us in this bed. Please don't give him any ideas that these boobs can be even larger.
Falwell about the FBI's efforts to release investigative documents related to his relationship with Christine Fang. So a couple of things I just want to point out here. Trump wanted Pam Bondi to indict Swalwell. I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago. Do you remember that, Pumps?
Yes.
And now Crazy Eye FBI podcaster Kash Patel, he wants
Pooped
to
in his
resurrect
pants,
this
poopy
whole
pants.
discredited thing that about Eric Swalwell, because when Trump has an enemy, somebody that he doesn't like, he's just laser focused on taking them down. Pumps.
Okay, here's the thing. What cracks me up is I was watching Fox News coverage and they were like alluding to the handling of the Epstein files. So I just want to make this very clear off the top so nobody's surprised. The Epstein
As a trans woman who was an escort for many years, you would be shocked at how many of the most average seeming conservative cis-het married men have an intense sissy fetish. It's always the most misogynistic of them too, because of course they believe that the most submissive and humiliating thing is to be feminine. Excellent point. You know what? I'm actually not shocked because of how often this happens, and also because, of course, like there is just even without the constant public stories where something like this comes to light and it's like, wow, who's shocked? Certainly not me. It makes sense. It's one of those like, but of course, not shocked, unfortunately. Yeah, like the chaser trope. I mean, I posted this. There was some MAGA Christian guy who had the reason that I didn't show his profile picture is because he had his kids in his profile, and I was like, whatever. So I blacked it out. But he commented, he follows me on Instagram, clearly a fan. Okay, clearly a fan, and commented on one of my posts calling me a lady boy. But I looked at that and I went, well, it looks like we have a classic case of a MAGA conservative Charlie Kirk standing adult man with a whole ass family who potentially is following me because he thinks I'm a lady boy. Well, would you look at that? Well.
files are not going to be released under.
Maybe I do have a penis. Would it be so terrible? One of the best parts of that clip is that Gaga doesn't stop putting ice in her mouth. She's putting ice in her mouth as she's answering Anderson Cooper when he's like, so in his very serious, newscaster voice, people are saying that you might be a hermaphrodite. And Gaga's like, yeah, so what if I do have a penis? Would that be so terrible? Why does it matter? Why do you care so much? Why are you specifically asking a question on this? Don't you think that's strange? Don't you think it's bizarre that you are asking me if I have a penis? Because I think that that's weird. I think that only one of us is in the weird situation here, and it's you for asking me this question. And it's anybody in the public who cares, who gives a shit about this. Like, why are you spending time thinking about that? Huh.
Donald Trump because the Epstein files incriminate Donald Trump, in my opinion. Why would we be fighting so hard? He can appoint 1,000
Ferrosis,
FBI
thank you for the 9 months.
attorney generals. These will not be released because the person they're protecting is Trump.
Yeah.
So any indication that he wants the Epstein files released and she won't do it is, I'm laughing my fat ass off because that couldn't be further from the truth. And here's the deal. Pam Bondi is the worst. She sold her soul to the devil and she lost. And I, for one, am delighted. I am so happy for her that she gets to bury her head in shame in Florida, where she has given up her soul and now she's been humiliated by Trump.
I love it when bad things happen to bad people.
I agree.
And if that makes me a bad person,
I'll take it.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah.
No, because the bad things aren't even bad enough. That's the thing. We're so desperate for crumbs. We're so desperate for crumbs that it's not even truly bad things happening to bad people.
I did read, and I just have to share this with you all, when we were prepping for this live, somebody who wrote, I wonder if Pam Bondi's husband's tits are bigger than Big Titty Brian. So, I mean,
She's going to get a cushy job. Yeah, she's going to be in the private sector, making a shit ton of money, still escaping accountability for the time being for her complicity in covering up for the billionaire pedophile cabal.
People are so horrible. They're such losers.
She'll
Trump
be
himself said,
she'll be
I
on
like
Fox
to surround myself with
News. She'll be
losers,
there
so he
with
feels like the big swinging dick,
Kaylee
right? Pam
Laura.
Bondi is a sociopath, psychopath of the highest order. The way she treated victims of child rape and the disdain and the indignant.
The only way that bad things happen to bad people is if we get some type of Final Destination situation here, okay? I'm talking like the elevator scene with Pam Bondi. She's like, I don't know, going in for some meeting for how many millions of dollars she'll make in the private sector. You know, that's what that is. Bad thing. Well, I guess it depends on how you define bad, but a thing happening to a bad person. Yeah, maybe another pickleball accident. Maybe that actually would be really funny. And I think I would become fully conspiratorial if more MAGA people started getting taken out in pickleball accidents. That is, if we get at least one more, one more on top of Charlie Kirk's mentor and the guy who turned cheerleading into a massive multi-billion-dollar business. That guy who died in a pickleball accident, if it happens again, I'm in. I'm in on the conspiracy theory.
Sociopathic manner that she treated them is the way she will be remembered forever. The autopsy on Pam Bondi is...
You know who actually would be very likely to die in a pickleball accident if you ever played? Kash Patel. I can see something happening with those stupid Nike shoes of his that he got personally made that say Cash Money on them. Something, it's got Final Destination written all over it. Truly, you know, maybe the shoelaces are tied together. How did that happen? We don't know. But it would be the freakiest of freak accidents.
She did not care about child rape. She wears a Christian cross. Yeah. She Christian signals. She covers up for a pedophile.
No love like Christian hate.
And that will be her obituary in the history books. She will always be remembered as the woman who didn't stand up for little girls that were raped by sick, rich men. And so I appreciate that Fox News is bringing up the Epstein files again, because even no matter how they're bringing them up, I think this has to do more with Pam Bondi's inability to get federal judges to break the law and charge James Comey, Letitia James. I think that's what a lot of this is. But listen to this, Pumps. It is just everybody's on the chopping block. And now, pop this up, Kylie. Trump is considering firing Tulsi Gabbard, and Adam Cochran reports in the past 24 hours, we've learned Trump is talking about firing 3 different people in the DOJ and now the DNI. So either, number one, they are refusing to
there's no hate like Christian love is
do
what I meant.
something very illegal, which for them is a far out line, or there is a major intelligence scandal happening and Trump is going to throw people under the bus. And
Yeah,
this
the one thing I do feel good about right now is that people are sweating. People are sweating. There is hell attention. You know the environment is chaotic. You know, after Joe Kent left and was like, this Iran stuff is crazy, that sent them also into a realm of chaos. People are here's the thing. These people who have aligned themselves with Trump, who've kissed the ring, who have been put into these positions of power, they know that Trump is Trump. How chaotic he is, how much he operates from a place of retribution to his enemies, how greedy and narcissistic and selfish he is. They're aware. They've just hoped that as long as they've remained loyal to him, then they will continuously benefit. Yeah, they know how petty he is. Absolutely, the people around Trump know how Trump is. So they are fucking freaking out right now. God, would I love to be a fly on so many different walls.
is really interesting. Why all of a sudden?
Did you see Hegseth announced that military will be allowed to bring their own guns on base? It always feels like every time I see news related to Pete Hegseth, it's like the craziest shit that somebody can propose. Just insane.
Is he firing all of these people? He started
Neo
a war
Zerk, thank you for the
to
17
distract
months. Pike
from
Salo,
the
thank you for the prime.
aforementioned child rape that Pam Bondi herself saw to it that she personally would cover up, and she personally would treat child rape victims as though they are subhuman. Pam Bondi did that. Pam Bondi owns that with her Christian cross. So we have all of these things going on. We have thrown Kristi Noem under the bus. We know that her husband probably put national security at risk, parading around with his big tits, big titty Brian. And now Pam Bondi's on the chopping block. So Pumps, what do you think's happening here? I mean, I called it several months ago. I said, all this kumbaya, circle jerk cabinet meetings, these people hate each other. This is the toxic work environment imaginable.
Yes.
I am somewhat surprised
They hate each other. There's no loyalty amongst them. They will sell one another out. They will push the other off the plank if it means they think they'll be spared. They will say they will say anything they need to say to Trump in order to preserve their own interests. It's all about self-preservation. It is all about loyalty to Trump, but no one else. I spaced out and thought you were talking about
this long.
Yes.
But considering he hired such bottom-feeding losers, those are his words, losers. That's what he calls his cabinet.
Yeah, wait, also, didn't Trump recently say that he surrounds himself with people who are not who are losers because it makes him feel better about himself? Yeah, that they're less intelligent, that they're losers, that they're really just quite pathetic because it makes him feel better about himself. Honestly, the thing is that Trump is often, for as much of a liar as he is, he's also often starkly honest. In moments like that, when he said that he's not going to heaven, there are those moments where you go, yeah, that is 1,000% honest and true.
Hanging out with losers. It doesn't surprise me that they stuck around so long, but now this is the Trump we know. It's going to be chop block city, baby. Pumps, what do you think about Adam Cochran's analysis? What do you think?
I mean, honestly, one of the prime examples of this is Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, who when he ran in the primary against Trump, of course, was all Trump is dangerous and a madman. And Trump made fun of his wife, right? Trump was mocking Ted Cruz, mocking his wife. And then when Trump was shaping up to be the Republican candidate, Ted Cruz got in fucking line as he has in the decade since. God, he's such, they're all pathetic. They are all little pathetic worms who just have no loyalty except to their own greed. Anonymous user, thank you so much for the 5 gifteds.
On here. I would just be hard pressed to believe that there's anything illegal these people won't do. I mean, truly. Now, I do know that his Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against.
Have you seen Cruz's kids pull away from him when he tries to hug and kiss them? I'm sure that man has like halitosis or something. Not, look, there's not evil people of halitosis, but yeah, his kids think he's horrible. How could you think Cruz is at all a parent whose kids would not despise him? He definitely does not floss. Yeah, he definitely does not floss.
IRS is causing consternation in the DOJ for obvious reasons. I don't know which side she fell on that. She went to the Supreme Court with him. He was humiliated.
Wait, hold up. Pam Bondi went with him yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, that's even more delicious.
More delicious.
So she rode in the Beast and she went over
Yes.
and sat on the bench with the red cushion and then he fucking shit canned her?
Yes.
Oh, that hit my veins, baby. That shit's delicious.
She accompanied him to the Supreme Court when they were hearing the arguments for the birthright citizenship executive order. It's just, you're right, humiliation ritual. The perfect way to describe what these Trump loyalists will put themselves through. It is just unbelievably sad levels of humiliation.
Yeah. And did you know I read an article just yesterday about how much money each individual cabinet member had given his PAC, which is going directly into his pocket? 10 million.
Anonymous,
from
thank you for the
Pammy Baby.
gifted.
Yep.
Celestial
She's giving him
King, thank you for the
10
21
million,
months.
went to the Supreme Court. You know what? I bet just that Supreme
Thank
Court,
you.
when the justices were just ridiculing his solicitor general in there, I bet he probably fucking hates all of these people that he has to work around. And I bet he just couldn't fucking stand it. So he's like,
Emma Vigeland compared it to a last ditch effort date before a couple breaks up. I mean, a lot of times when you read these posts, especially Trump's True Social posts, it is giving breakup, messy breakup, where we're like, yeah, we all saw this coming. Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my attorney general for the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest level since 1900. We love Pam, and she will be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector. Just keep looking at the bunnies. Just look at the rabbits. Pam, look at the fucking rabbits. To be announced at a date in the near future, and our Deputy Attorney General and a very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as Acting Attorney General. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This is truly somebody announcing a breakup and then saying, this is my new this is my new boyfriend, girlfriend. YouTube couple breakups.
Pam, you're out. But this is an interesting twist on this. Kylie, pop up the next analysis here. Amy Siskind of Democracy Now!
I
says,
don't know if you're planning on watching it, but his address to the nation was basically him repeating his truth posts. Yeah, and his truth posts say literally one thing and then the exact opposite. All right, so is Iran totally destroyed, or this is going to keep going? Which, yes, the takeaway from this is that this war is not ending tomorrow. I can't see it really ending anytime soon. But anyway, he's consistent in how inconsistent he is. Yeah, where he'll just he will truly say both both viewpoints, even when they are completely opposite.
Trust me, I am no fan of Nome,
Consistently
Gabbard, or
inconsistent.
Bondi, but I do find it notable that of the cabinet
Bimbo
members Trump has
Slice, thank you for
fired
the
or is
13 months,
reportedly
and thank
considering
you.
firing, all 3 are women.
Bit
How
Posh,
about
thank you for 7
Hegseth,
months.
Kennedy Jr. Can't even find a CDC worker to match his own craziness. Patel is a laughingstock, and so on. Why aren't they being fired? And I appreciate her earnestness in asking that question, but we know the reason why they're not being fired. And it's because Trump shines in homosocial relationships. This whole sect of MAGA, it is bro on bro on bro on bro. There's a whole social aspect to this. And women are on the chopping block, as we know from Project 2025. So these women, Gabbard, Bondi, Nome, to think that somehow they are the special women when Russ Vought.
Let me just explain this for people, okay? So what this is ultimately misogyny, right? Misogynistic men who do not view women as equal as human beings, and they reserve all their admiration and respect for men, for other men, whether it's Donald Trump or an Andrew Tate. You see that where they will be inspired. They will have this great love for other men, but women are just objects. Women are just there to fulfill a very specific purpose and need. And once they have outlived their usefulness, then off they go. I mean, Trump said it himself. He likes surrounding himself with losers because it makes him feel better. Yeah. So these women are all horrible and they deserve nothing but fire and brimstone. But that doesn't mean that Donald Trump is not also deeply misogynistic. We see that on full display all the time. The way that he talks to women about women, it's grotesque. It's gross. And that's why it's like, look, women who align themselves with fascism, it will not protect you. It will not save you. It will not actually give you equal power that you think it will. But a lot of them too are happy. A lot of them too are happy to be lower as long as it means they're still higher than a lot of other people. They still have a higher place in the social and political hierarchy.
Who Susie Wiles calls, a crazy right-wing Christian, doesn't want them around. I mean, it's a no-brainer. He's going to replace all of them with men, so that this can just be homosocial situation. And it's just interesting that these men are so intimidated.
Do you see the latest reporter snap he had? Boy, you are fresh and we've had problems with you. Yeah, he is the fucking worst.
By women. They only want to be environments where they're solely around men, and the women at the table, listen, they're all losers. These women are losers too. The women were the first on the chopping block.
Yeah, they consider their whiteness. They consider their proximity to power. And they view that as honestly like something that will provide them protection, that will keep them in the in-group despite their being women.
And you know what? Here's the thing. If you're a woman and you're going to go work for a man,
Salty Dog, thank you for the 20 months.
Dismantle women's rights. I can't
It's like
help
brown
you that you're
people.
stupid.
It's like brown people working for ICE. Yeah. Black and brown people signing up to be cops, signing up for ICE.
You didn't figure out that was going to happen to you.
Right. I mean, Trump uses people. He particularly uses women. I can't wait for what her new appointment's going to be because she's staying inside the administration. So is she going to be like?
Hang on, I think Kylie's got some breaking news here. Kylie,
We've got a Truth Social update from
We've
Trump.
got a
just
Truth
today.
Social.
Okay, Pam Bondi is a great American patriot.
All right, I just read this.
All right, listen up, dipshit. We know it's you. You do not have to sign your fucking tweet. It says real Donald Trump. We fucking know
It's because
you.
it's because I think he forgets. He does it to make sure he knows who he is.
Your fucking tweets.
He's a nut. So she's not going to. On Fox News again. I watched
What
it.
are you
so
doing
nobody else
watching
has
Fox
to.
News so we don't have to? Not all
Yeah.
heroes wear capes, pumps.
That's right. And so they were going to say she was transitioning. So I was wondering if it was going to be like special deputy director of the Special Avengers movement. But the first thing I did when I saw this was
We saw Republican women sort of wake up to this last year. What happened with that? I mean, somewhat, but more on an individual level. You know, we read that piece with MAGA influencers and like podcasters who, since the explosion of the new right with figures like Nick Fuentes leading the charge on that they started to realize how much these men hate women, and that as long as these women play their role and do not extend past that, do not challenge, then they'll be allowed to remain. But as soon as they even question anything, they're gone. So unfortunately, the individual instances of women on the right who've gone, damn, yeah, these men really hate women, which includes me. That is not yet like any type of mass scale conservative woman rebellion. It's why still the majority of white women, as they have for decades in this country, support Republicans. Like, this is not something that's changing overnight, even when you have one of the most vile, misogynist, pedophile rapists in office, you know? Toxic Bear, thank you for the 2 months.
Looked to, does she still have to testify before the Oversight Committee on April 14th regarding the Epstein files? And the answer is yes, she still does. Now, she may have more ability to stonewall now that she's no longer in that position, but she still is under subpoena. And do I think she's going to do it? No. Do I think she's going to say anything? No. But bitch is on her own. And here's the thing.
Hannah, thank you for 17 months. Ashley, thank you for 41 months.
We love Pam. We love her. I would say, here's the fucking deal. April 14th, if by midnight, April 13th rolls around and I don't have a signed, sealed, delivered pardon from your ass, I'm fucking going scorched earth. I'm going to tell everything I know and peace out. That's what I would do. I would say, I want my pardon in my hand because this woman has committed so many fucking crimes. And I hope that she ages in jail terribly. But I want
That
it in
DJ
jail.
gentleman, thank you for 2
So
months.
let's take a
Oreo, thank you
little
for 12 months.
trip down memory lane of some of Pam Bondi's more egregious moments. More recently, in an oversight hearing in February, Kylie, play the video.
The Dow right now is over.
The
Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000.
Okay.
And the
I mean,
Nasdaq.
this is straight jacket padded sell shit.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just fucking insane. There are victims of child rape sitting behind her, and she is screaming like a raving lunatic about the Dow. It's just, it perfectly encapsulates the collision of capitalism plus evangelical Christianity plus white supremacy that reigns in MAGA. They value money over they do human beings. And to all of the white women that go and triple Trump and vote, and you have little daughters that you love, you love more than anything on the planet. You put little bows in their hair and you let them try out for cheerleader, and you know, go to drop them off at school, and you go to yoga, and you're the first motherfucker in carpool line. I want to tell you, this group of people, even these women, if something happens to your daughter and she's raped, number one, they're going to take the rapist side. And number two, your daughter's going to have that rapist baby. So you remember that every time you go vote for these Republicans, because that will happen to your daughter. Trump doesn't care about women. The women that support Trump.
Unfortunately, the issue of restricting and abolishing the right to abortion has not been enough for enough women to be fed up. It's not enough. And there is so much copium that these women engage in. There's so much outright denialism. There's so much just twisting of reality to live more comfortably with your decisions, with your political viewpoints. And white women, again, it's not that all of them deny misogyny and sexism. A lot of them believe that their whiteness will, because it does, it does advantage them over, say, black women, but they believe in the value of that whiteness and the kind of womanhood, the woman element of it being secondary, and they also get it so twisted that they will identify misogyny and sexism, but not within their own spheres. And I think for a lot of women, because I think a lot of women do that, because when they start to fully examine how prevalent misogyny and sexism is, then they start looking at their brothers and their fathers and their husbands and the men in their lives who contribute to oppressing them. The patriarchal structure that they exist under, that in order to do so without really cracking open and losing your mind at how much hateful bigotry exists, they pretend that that's not the case. So many can afford to get the procedures somewhere else anyways. Oh, abortion? Yeah, I mean, that's obviously, look, when it comes to abortions will always be taking place. It's just a matter of, are they safe and are they easily accessible and are not going to lead to exploitation and the harm of those who are seeking abortion. Rich people will always be able to get abortions. They will always be able to get them, even if you implement a total ban. And they will always be utilizing abortion.
Don't care about women, and they sure as fuck don't care about kids. And I've had it with them masquerading, oh, we care so much about family and kids. Shut the fuck up. I mean, I'm serious. Look at she's a raving lunatic sitting there bitching. I mean, bragging about the Dow, which she has fucking nothing to do with it. Nothing. She did. Pam Bondi, whether you were the attorney general or not, the Dow was still going to be what the Dow was that day. Right. The narcissism involved in that statement is also something that bothers me, but we have so many things to get to. Moving along. This is how she refuses. She refuses to look at or acknowledge these victims of child rape, these Epstein survivors. Pop this up, Kylie.
To the survivors in the room.
It's
If you
Chits
are
McGee.
willing,
Thank you for
please
tier 1.
stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney
Yeah, I mean, this is Pam Bondi's legacy.
General Bondi,
She knows. Trust. Pam Bondi knows. She is not in the dark. She is not truly ignorant. Now, do I think Pam Bondi, do I think that's the same thing as Pam Bondi being a smart person? No. But yeah, there's a reason that she's not looking at them. And there's a reason that she kept crashing out in this hearing and trying to distract and deflect. She cannot look at them because she knows that she is protecting the pedophiles who abuse them.
apologize to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick
No,
Garland
LOL.
sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you.
Okay, I'm just going to say it. This woman is that she is just a fucking cunt. I mean,
Oh,
it's just,
she's a
there's no
cunt.
other word for that.
No.
That this child sex ring
But
raped
the
and took away
Dow,
from so
ladies,
many young girls that were preyed upon because they were poor girls. Yeah. And you ascend in your career and in your life to be in a position to right wrongs. That's why people get into justice, or my husband's an attorney because he likes to right wrongs and he believes in helping the marginalized. And she gets in that position to protect rapists. I mean, that's just, it's really like, that's going to be her obituary. That's what she will forever be remembered.
yeah, Pam Bondi protected pedophiles.
Remembered by the same way that Elon Musk will forever be remembered as the richest man in the world that killed the poorest people in the world. And history is going to live, and the books will write about this for, forever. And this will, there's nothing she's ever going to be able to do to fix this. And this is a level of religious and MAGA psychosis that I don't know. I agree with you, Pam, she should ask for a pardon, if you're crazy. These people are so unhinged and so insane. Who knows what she's going to do? And I don't think these people even think they're doing anything wrong, quite frankly.
I can't super dispute that, because the way they act, it makes you think they have no ability to distinguish truth.
You know what I would say? I think some of them, I think they know. It's just a matter of caring. They clearly don't care. They don't care because they value their own greedy interests. They do not give a shit about children being genocided, about children being the victims of a pedophile cabal. They don't care. But I do think that's not to be confused with them not knowing that they're lying and that this is I think the definition of wrong gets maybe a little murky here, because it's knowing it's wrong, which is why they cover it up, which is why they do anything to self-preserve and ensure protection for Donald Trump. So they know it's wrong because otherwise they wouldn't do it. But it's that it's not recognizing it's wrong and therefore having any remorse over their participation. They do not They don't have remorse. They do not regret. I think the only regret comes from having failed to secure protection from, from not being fired by Trump. Yeah, it's getting caught or just not being able to show their loyalty perfectly enough to please Trump. I think a lot of conservatives will say that they're lying to counter the lies they think their opponents are spreading. Say that they're lying? Do you mean who will conservatives say are lying? Discarding any empathy for money? Yeah.
Versus fiction. But I just can't.
Do I think she'll turn on Trump? No. No, because Pam is also culpable. Pam has been culpable for years, not just when she became AG. So no. And she wants to protect her. She wants to protect herself still. And she will have a cushy job in the private sector. And as long as Trump's in power, as long as she is still aligned with power, she has made the calculation that will still be to her benefit. Conservatives, when they're being honest, would say they have to lie because they believe their enemies are lying. Oh, I see.
Help but think that she is sitting there and she knows they're standing up behind her and she can't look at them. That I'm hopeful that she did that hurt her. I don't know if it.
I think it was
intentional.
Here's what AOC said. That's nice. Still doesn't get her out of testifying to Congress about Epstein. We must also investigate the continued breaking of the law around the DOJ still hiding Epstein files from the public. This isn't over. I mean, good. That's the energy that is needed. I think some Democrats are a little too busy still pissing and moaning about a Twitch streamer, but I know that there are ones who are dedicated to prosecuting Epstein's associates and DOJ, forcing the DOJ to actually release everything and forcing Pam Bondi to testify.
This is intentional humiliation rituals and intentional cruelty by authoritarian regimes. And scholars have told us this. He's looking for loyalty, the strong man Trump, and she humiliated these victims that are embarrassing Trump, and she had to show her loyalty to him at all costs in that hearing. That's why she's ranting like a lunatic and raving about the Dow. And that was a humiliation ritual to humiliate these girls that Trump perceives as not being loyal to him. And this is a play that these people do. It is the display of the moral collapse of society. And so you see that on display. And then let's move along here. 6 days later, she crashes a White House event and gives right-wing influencers the Epstein files. I'm sorry. No. Let me back up here, you guys. I jumped ahead of myself. Yeah. Okay. So let's go now to, sorry, Ryan, what is it?
It's her Fox News.
All right. I think I'm going to move on to the next story, but yeah, some of the Epstein survivors or families representing them have put out statements and said that Pam needs to be held responsible and that they are going to keep fighting for transparency and for justice. Virginia Giuffre's family put out a statement and said, "Alliance to a corrupt agenda never serves you. Another one falls on the sword to protect the powerful. We hope she has the courage to testify and actually do right by survivors this time." All right. We've got up next. Let me see here. Yeah. Okay. We have an update. We have an update in the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case, and I think I was one of the only people who immediately responded to this with the correct version of what has happened here, and not as the Baldoni supporters and the bots and the right-wing entertainment slop news commentators would have you think, which is that Justin Baldoni has won and this is proof that Blake Lively was lying, just like women always lie, just like the men in these situations are always the victims. Yeah, so unfortunately, that was a lot of the immediate reaction. If you go here, look at this. TMZ. Yeah, this is the guy we should be listening to. Breaking. Judge throws out Blake's case. That's not true. Blake Lively's lawsuit against Justin Baldoni trashed. Breaking. Blake Lively case gutted. Trial unlikely. Not true. The trial is still happening. Blake loses. Blake Lively humiliated. Judge throws out Lively's harassment campaign. Like, it's all so fucking right wing, man. It is so right wing. It is so hard in the immediate aftermath of news updates for cases like this to counter the disinformation and the false framing because of how overwhelmingly the people who comment on this, who push this kind of stuff online, are misogynists, are doing so incentivized to smear women, as we talk about all the time. So what happened here? Okay. Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni are set to go to trial in May. So the trial is still happening, and 3 of the 13 claims are moving forward, and those include the claims of retaliation. And from the beginning, Blake Lively's legal team knew that that was their strongest case because they would most likely run into jurisdictional issues and technical legalities, which is what has happened here. So TLDR, and then we'll read the Times piece because I thought they actually had a good in-depth coverage on this. A judge decided that Lively could not bring a sexual harassment claim under federal law because she was an independent contractor on the film It Ends With Us. And federal anti-discrimination laws, including Title VII, do not protect non-employees. Now, anti-retaliation laws do. So that is how they are proceeding forward, is that the retaliation they have alleged happened, the judge agreed that not only was there a foundation from the sexual harassment claims that were thrown out, but per state and federal laws, Blake Lively being an independent contractor does not prevent her from being protected against retaliation. Okay. So first part of this, the sexual harassment claims were thrown out because she was an independent contractor in the film and therefore could not bring the sexual harassment claim under federal law. Okay. Part 2, California state law does have protections for independent contractors. So it is not every state, but a number of states do have laws that protect independent contractors in the case of workplace abuse. However, the judge ruled that she can't file a sexual harassment claim under California law because the movie filmed in New Jersey. So she is out federally and state-wise as far as being able to bring a claim of sexual harassment. So I remarked on this and said, people are too fucking stupid and misogynistic to understand this update. Of course, they look at this and immediately go, yay, Justin won. The case is over. This is a win. We knew she was a liar and the judge decided so as well. See ya. Oh my God. No, that's not it at all. But it is a horrifying reminder of how fucked our system is, because it is. This is a system that is hostile still to people who have experienced abuse, whether it is at their place of work, whether it is domestic. It is a system in which legal pathways to get justice and then further prevent abuse from happening is pretty nil. It's very, very, very difficult. And so that is why Blake Lively's team always kind of rested, I think, their case on the retaliation aspect here. So after Blake Lively had stopped, would not come back to filming, made a list of complaints detailing harassing and abusive behavior on set, not just what she was, not just that she was affected by, but that other women on set were affected by. She then alleges in this suit that she was retaliated against in the form of an orchestrated smear campaign involving the agency group, which is Justin Baldoni's PR firm. And that is still proceeding forward. Okay. So to be clear on what's happening here, but you would not know it. You would not know this is true if you were to just take a cursory look at people's reactions to this update. Because as I said, overwhelmingly in the Lively Baldoni case, the media ecosystem around this has been incredibly anti-Lively, just as it was for Amber Heard. These are different situations here, but have a lot of commonalities. And so it's tough because people tune out. A lot of leftists look at this, they don't care, or they go, wow, it looks like both of them suck, or they go, oh, I thought that thing was over. And what we're talking about we're talking about workplace harassment and then subsequent retaliation when that harassment is reported. Okay. And this is, as I said, a reminder that there are these huge gaps in our laws that prevent people who've experienced abuse at work from being protected. If you are an independent contractor and you live in a state that does not have state laws that are anti-discriminatory and therefore can provide protections to you, whether you're an employee or not, you're kind of fucked. If you are abused at work, if you are harassed, assaulted, whatever happens to you, then it gets legally tricky. Until Caroline pointed it out, I never realized just how much women perpetuate support for abusers like Baldoni. Much of the comments on that tweet are women. Oh, yeah. Oh. I'm sure if I go into my comments here, it's tons and tons and tons of women saying that I'm a stupid bitch, saying that Blake's a liar, saying, hashtag free Justin Baldoni. Oh, Candace Owens. Hold on. Candace Owens tweeted about this, of course. Oops, I did can dance. Candace, don't forget. Don't forget what Candace Owens is all about. Everybody, please congratulate me on Blake Lively's psycho claims about Justin Baldoni being dismissed. We really worked hard on that one. In the end, truth wins. Candace is the most popular voice who has been nonstop covering updates to the Lively and Baldoni trial, and from obviously a very deeply male supremacist, misogynistic, sexist, right-wing perspective. And that is why a lot of people's understanding of this case is so incredibly skewed and so caked in misogyny because of people like Candace Owens. Okay. A judge in New York dismissed Blake Lively's claims of sexual harassment against the actor and director Justin Baldoni on Thursday, which narrows the actress's lawsuit as the high-profile Hollywood legal battle moves toward trial. In a 152-page opinion, Judge Louis Lyman of Federal District Court in Manhattan allowed Miss Lively's claim of retaliation against Baldoni's company to be brought in front of a jury. So this is still good, okay? This is still... Despite Candace and everyone else saying, like, it's over, W's all around, that bullshit case got thrown out. No, it's not over. His decision focuses the case primarily on the actress's allegations that Mr. Baldoni and his colleagues waged a retaliatory campaign on social media and in the press after she made complaints of sexual harassment on the set of the 2024 movie, It Ends With Us. The judge determined that while some crisis communications efforts by Mr. Baldoni's team were acceptable, others may not have been. There are limits to the response that the accused can make in response to claims of harassment. There comes a point where the accused stops simply defending him or herself and starts taking action that a reasonable jury could view as retaliation for the fact that the accuser had the temerity to make the accusations. Mr. Baldoni, who directed the movie and starred opposite Miss Lively, has vehemently denied her allegations of sexual harassment. His lawyers have said that Miss Lively used minor grievances to sideline Mr. Baldoni from his own film and that he hired a crisis management firm to protect his own reputation, not to smear her. Judge Lyman determined that Miss Lively's core sexual harassment claims did not meet key legal requirements, finding, for example, that the actress did not qualify for protections afforded an employee because she was acting as an independent contractor. But the judge determined that some of Miss Lively's accusations were sufficient to provide a foundation for the retaliation claim. So the other thing that I have seen Baldoni defenders and bots out there doing is trying to say that the judge actually litigated the sexual harassment claims and found them to be false, found them to not be sufficiently proven. Now, some of the sexual harassment claims or the specific sexual harassment pieces of evidence that were entered, all of this was examined in totality. The basis for throwing it out, though, is because of not meeting legal requirements, namely that she was an independent contractor and not an employee and therefore does not have protections under federal law. But yeah, there are, amongst all the different pieces of evidence that Lively's team brought to the table, some of them, the judge said, oh, sorry, I just don't think that this is contributing to a sexual harassment or a toxic workplace. There has to be some freedom here with this being a creative situation. And like the one claim that when they were filming the dance scene in the film and Justin Baldoni started kissing her and nuzzling her, but that had not been choreographed beforehand. And that's why also one of Blake's requirements to return to filming was having an intimacy coordinator on set because they didn't have that before. The judge was like, yeah, that's not enough to say it's a hostile environment. But there were other ones that he said, yeah, this does provide a foundation for the retaliation claim. But ultimately, again, this was not the judge going through and saying there is no basis for a sexual harassment claim here because the actual, what entails the claim of sexual harassment has not been proven to be true per my evaluation as a judge. It had to do with jurisdictional issues and legal technicalities. He cited her account of Baldoni announcing in the presence of crew members that she had never watched pornography, as well as him telling her on set that she looked pretty hot. After another actress in the movie, Jenny Slate, suggested the comment was inappropriate, Mr. Baldoni rolled his eyes and said, sorry, I missed the sexual harassment training, according to Miss Lively's court papers. In a statement following the judge's ruling, Sigrid McCauley, a lawyer for Miss Lively, said the actress looked forward to testifying at trial. This case has always been and will remain focused on the devastating retaliation and the extraordinary steps the defendants took to destroy Blake Lively's reputation because she stood up for safety on the set. And that is the case that is going to trial. This is the longer statement here. That is the case that is going to trial. For Blake Lively, the greatest measure of justice is that the people and the playbook behind these coordinated digital attacks have been exposed and are already being held accountable by other women they've targeted. She looks forward to testifying at trial and continuing to shine a light on this vicious form of online retaliation so that it becomes easier to detect and fight. Sexual harassment isn't going forward not because the defendants did nothing wrong, but because the court determined that Blake Lively was an independent contractor, not an employee. In sending the retaliation claim to trial, the judge wrote that he was not making a statement on whose account is more credible and that he did not need to at this stage. The question is whether Lively has provided more than a mere scintilla of evidence to support her claim such that a reasonable jury viewing the evidence in her favor could find that the Wayfarer parties took adverse employment action against her because of her protected activities. The evidence here, viewed favorably to Lively, passes this test. And what's confusing about this, and seems crazy because it is that you can be victim to sexual harassment at work, but if you are an independent contractor, you are not protected by federal anti-discrimination laws. However, if you bring up to, say, HR or any other departments that are supposed to be ensuring workplace safety, and then you are retaliated against, you can be protected under federal anti-retaliation laws. So it's like the sexual harassment claims that then lead to the retaliation. Well, one, you're not protected by federal law under, but the other, you are. So you can have a case that you were retaliated against, but it's a little trickier to be, to be protected from the actual sexual harassment. I'm worried that this sets precedent that independent contractors can't bring harassment claims. If it does, that hits lots of entertainment workers who work via an S Corp or loan out agreement, but are essentially employees of a production company. Yeah, I mean, this has been an issue, and it's why a lot of employers will incorrectly and on purpose label employees as independent contractors. They will try and force employees into an independent contractor position, even when they really are employees, because then they are not subject to as extensive of labor laws, especially federal labor laws. So it's not just a matter of like protecting employers from sexual harassment cases. It's broadly violations of people's labor rights. And that's why a lot of employers, a lot of companies would rather have independent contractors instead of employees. This has been a major issue in professional wrestling. Yes, we've talked about this. We've talked about this in wrestling, the Vince McMahon method. So that's why it's like, look, you guys, this is not just about one rich celebrity woman, but also that wealthy celebrity woman who has a ton of resources and is in a very privileged position compared to a lot of us, is still struggling under this current system to be protected against workplace abuse. This affects all of us. This is a systemic issue. It's just that because this case involves an A-list celebrity, because this is a Hollywood case, it's gotten a lot of attention. There's been a ton of media attention, a ton of people who are commenting on the case. And so just keeping in mind what I try to explain to people all the time, which is that we are all downstream from this stuff. Okay, we are all downstream from it. The result of the defamation trial of Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp had detrimental consequences for all of us. We were all downstream from that. And that playbook was utilized in this case. It's the same fucking PR agency. It's the same individuals who were a part of the orchestrated smear campaign of Amber Heard and now Blake Lively. And if this can happen to women like that, it happens so easily, and the consequence is so severe for all women. And most women do not have the resources. They do not have the ability to fight for themselves legally and then to protect themselves if, say, they experience a retaliatory smear campaign. It's like, this is fucked. It's fucked. And I just wish people understood that this is not a win. That even if the case were thrown out, okay, let's say this were not going to trial, all 13 of the claims are thrown out, that is not a win. That is not a win. And so many women who are cheering this on, who are Justin Baldoni stans, for the mere fact that he's the man in this situation. Because I'm telling you right now, Justin Baldoni was not a Johnny Depp. He was not a global movie star who had a massive fan base. These people who have aligned themselves with Justin Baldoni, who call themselves now Baldoni supporters, whether they are just like whoever's online or they are people who are actively like profiting from this, they are not taking this position because they're legitimately fans who are not saying that that's legitimate either, but basically so many people who are willing to support him because it was Blake Lively who was the other half of this case. Because people hate women. As Melissa Nathan, Justin Baldoni, and Johnny Depp's PR person said herself, it's sad how much people hate women. And that's why every time here, the success of these smear campaigns is clear and obvious. Right. It's like no one's a fan of Justin Baldoni. It's that they perceive him as the male victim that in the kind of broader issue of the Me Too movement, it has come at the expense of men, that men are disempowered. Men are being targeted by modern feminism, by these movements like Me Too. While the judge sent to trial Lively's retaliation claims against Wayfair, he tossed aiding and abetting claims against Nathan and Abel, concluding that they were, for all intents and purposes, individual employees carrying out alleged adverse employment actions at the direction of the employer. In such circumstances, liability attaches against the employer. The judge, though, withheld judgment on whether Nathan's the agency group could be held liable. The split decision means that while the judge will not allow the legal claims of harassment to be considered at trial, he views the offense that unfolded after the events Ms. Lively claimed about to be worthy of a jury's scrutiny. So again, the retaliation claims the judge decided has merit and is protected under federal law, but not the claims of sexual harassment. Starting in 2023, okay, then this is just a recap of the case. Lively complained during the course of the production not only about Baldoni's behavior, but that of Jamie Heath. She accuses Heath in her lawsuit of staring at her bare breasts in the mirror of her makeup trailer, an encounter that his lawyers described as, at most, a fleeting mishap. Tensions escalated further ahead of the movie's premiere when Lively refused to appear alongside Baldoni to promote the film, which is an adaptation of a Colleen Hoover book. Concerned about potential media coverage of their increasingly apparent discord, Baldoni and his company hired a crisis communications team. After the premiere, Lively was hit with a deluge of negative online commentary. A key question of the trial will be whether that response was organic, a product of existing criticisms of the actress, or heavily influenced by Baldoni's communications team. Well, here's the thing. It's both. These days, the way that this whole machine works, it's both. It's inorganic, but it is also organic because the people who are behind smear campaigns understand how deeply our cultural misogyny runs. And that is why they know you just have to light the match, but then people will do the rest of the work. And the communications between Baldoni's team really shows how aware, not just aware they are of this, but that they were betting on it. They're like, look, we only need to do certain things here. We don't even need to do all of the work. We just have to plant pieces here and there. We just have to like finagle a couple of things. We just have to light that match and then people will do the rest. And the thing is too, here's what's tricky. All right. Here's what's tricky. So we know that there are these giant bot farms, all right? And a lot of them are located in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. We know through data experts analyzing thousands and thousands of posts online, we know that bots were employed in the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case, even before the 2022 defamation. This has been going on for years. So the foundation was already there. We also know that this was used in Lively and Baldoni's case. Like you can even identify bots yourself, right? If you're just kind of like looking online, looking at different accounts, you can usually tell. It's just the harder thing when you're not a data expert is really tracking when it started, where it's coming from, and how much it's playing a part in a smear campaign. Okay. So this is what I mean by it's inorganic, but also organic. And it doesn't just have to be now. Say I'm a PR agency, okay? And my client has been accused of something and I am trying to turn the tables and I need to ensure that the public actually that the narrative turns against the person who's making these accusations or something that's going to come out, right? I may go pay for one of these bot farm services or, drop some little tidbits to influencers and commentators on the internet, people who are in these spheres of this type of content may drop stuff to them because then they'll run with that. Or what can happen too is that enough people online understand the financial incentives here. They get that if you start pushing this stuff out, then you can get a lot of engagement. So they themselves will pay like $100 because it's really not that expensive. If you have more sophisticated, if you use a more sophisticated bot strategy, then yes, it will cost more money. But these basic ass ones where it's just like, here's thousands of accounts to retweet whatever your post is, that does not cost that much money. And so now you have individuals who are not directly associated with whoever is involved in a case or a dispute, but they have their own financial incentives, their own motivations, and know that, oh, this is something that can get a lot of engagement and therefore can translate to money for me. And so they will bot their own shit. They will artificially inflate their own posts. And these people and bots can like hype each other's posts to drive up engagement. Yeah. And then there's also people who are in proximity who may do it on behalf of somebody. So this is the thing, like with streamers who bot. Now, some of them bot on their own. Some of them definitely bot on their own. Others don't have to because they have stans. They have parasocial, obsessed viewers who will bot for them. So it also gives them plausible deniability because they're not the ones who are doing it. And so there's no way for that to be like found out because they don't have to do it. They have parasocialists who are doing it for them. There's this case that I don't know if I don't know if anybody remembers this, but there was this story that happened in Tampa Bay, I think it was, and it involved this 18-year-old named Cameron Herron. Cameron Herron was drag racing. He was going over 100 miles down a street, and he struck and killed a mother and her baby as they were crossing the street. Mom and the baby who was in the carriage crossing the street. Cameron Herron slams into them, and they both died. It was a horrible, horrible case. But it was one where there's nothing particularly, this sounds fucked up, but bear with me. There's nothing particularly special about it that would then make sense as to why it became global, because it did become global, and I'll explain why. Because these kinds of things happen all the time, right? People are hit by cars. Now, granted, this involved the death of a baby, so it's horrifying. Like a mother and her baby died, but this is still one of those more local stories that maybe every once in a while will break nationally, depending on if there's something to it that's not that's a little more unique. But otherwise, it's like local type of news. Okay. So what happened was suddenly thousands of accounts started posting about Cameron Herron, justice for Cameron Herron, saying that he was unfair because he was sentenced to 24 years. He was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 24 years in prison. And so then there started to be all these accounts online that were posting in support of him, that were saying that he was unfairly prosecuted. It ranged from people who were like, he's too cute to go to prison, or 24 years is too much time, to like straight up saying that he was actually the victim in the case. And it was it was bizarre because you're like, how is this story on a global scale here, as far as all of these accounts online that are posting about it? There were like billions. There was a hashtag, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like hashtag free Cameron or something along those lines, justice for Cameron Herron. And it had billions of views. It was like 2 or 3 billion views. And just to compare that, hashtag justice for Johnny Depp had like 20 billion views. So not as much as Johnny Depp, but Johnny Depp was a global movie star. That case was the biggest case in the United States, certainly since OJ. So yeah, I understand why the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case became that big, but why this like random guy in Tampa Bay who ran over a mother and her baby? And so there was all these data experts who looked into this and found out a lot of these accounts were coming from bot farms in Saudi Arabia. And now there were genuinely people on the internet who started to do the like standing for Cameron Herron, that his eyes were just so beautiful and blue that they couldn't help but to be on his side. Like, though, those are real people, as there always are. Okay. There are always going to be real people on the internet who will be so deranged, right? But a lot of what was initially pushed, what serves as the bait, was totally artificial. And the thing is that can come from anyone. And so, this journalist interviewed Cameron, and he said, I do think it was somebody who was close to me or who did it because they thought it would help me. But the truth is that it's actually made things worse, because the responses now have turned so insane that it looks really bad. Yeah, it looks really bad to be blaming a dead mother and her baby in order to advocate for freeing the man who killed them. Like, yes, that's what can happen. Ironically, is the narrative gets so out of control. And this was a very cut and dry thing. Okay, this is very cut and dry. This 18-year-old was drag racing, killed a mom and a baby. That's not the type of case that usually is going to warrant like too much sympathy for the person who caused the accident. So when these bots got involved, because who knows, maybe it was a friend of his, somebody who just thought that it would be of help to him, it spread all over the internet, and it looked really terrible. It looked really terrible when you found out then what the case was about. Look at the case of the teacher who got run over in the prank recently. The social media push managed to help get the charges dropped. Yes. So in this case, Cameron Herron had already been sentenced, and he was sentenced to 24 years. And he was sitting in a prison cell by the time that this strange bot-led campaign online started to pop up. I'm just reading some bullshit in chat real quickly. Sorry. I'm just checking in for a second. Cool. I'm so glad that there are people who sit here, and despite how thoroughly I try to explain things and really take my time to walk us through, people still just ain't listening. They're just God. We are fucking useless. Truly. I look around all the time and I'm like, ain't no fucking revolution happening. Ain't no goddamn revolution happening when I see so many leftists and their perspective on sexual abuse. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. You're out here, no war but the class war, which you really use to excuse misogyny and racism, going, just remember, nothing matters except for class, so therefore I can do misogyny because all of that is secondary. Me literally thinking, how are we going to build a movement? Yes. Do you understand that we cannot win without a working class coalition? And do you understand that people who are subjected to racism and misogyny within these leftist movements are not going to stick around? They are not going to allow themselves to be subjected to this marginalization within leftist movements, the ignoring of intersectionality, but expecting that people who are marginalized are going to like keep being a part of these movements. I don't think so. Have we not learned from the revelations about Chavez? No, we haven't. We never learn. We never, ever learn, because people will see that and go, man, that's terrible. Can't believe that these women experienced that and then stayed silent for so long because they worried that they could possibly hurt the movement because they know that people don't care about women and girls. They'll look at that in retrospect and be like, damn, it's terrible. And then they'll just perpetuate it. They just perpetuate it. It's like when I see these white leftist bros being racist and misogynistic as they're, going around yelling that there's no war but class war. I'm like, you do know that we can see your racism and misogyny on Maine, and you do realize that people are not going to want to be a part of any movement that you are in when you are perpetuating oppression against them within these fucking movements to fight oppression, to fight capitalist oppression. What is not clicking? What don't we get? All right. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this video. Horrifying Joseph Duggar update. Okay. All right. So, Jim Bob Duggar wrote an email to his son, Joseph Duggar. This is now his second son who is sitting behind bars because of raping children. Yeah. So Jim Bob Duggar, who is the patriarch of the Duggar family, wrote an email to his son, Joseph Duggar, who was recently arrested for the molestation of a minor. Joseph, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. Mom and I love you very much. Looks like you have a long road ahead of you, but God will get you through. You have made some terrible decisions, but God has already forgiven you if you have asked him. Man, how nice is that, huh? How nice is it to be a part of this kind of Christian cult where no matter the crimes that you commit, even if they are the crimes of a sexual nature and committed against children, you have a get out of jail, well, not literally get out of jail, but get out of heaven jail card because God has already forgiven you. You just got to ask. You just got to ask for that forgiveness. The Duggar patriarch also informed his son of how his wife Kendra was doing. 2 days after Joseph's arrest, he and Kendra were hit with additional child endangerment charges unrelated to Joseph's initial case. Kayla, thank you so much for the 8 months. Dollhouse, thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Katie, thank you for the 18 months. Jesus died for the rapist to rape. Exactly. Yep. According to jail calls between Kendra and Joseph obtained by People, Kendra has lost custody of her children amid the ongoing child endangerment investigation. So I think what happened was they went to the Duggars' house and they found that there were locks on the outside of the doors and whatever other evidence they collected. And that is what led to the charges of child endangerment against Kendra and Joseph. And you want to know what's crazy? That is not the first Duggar household to have locks on the outside of the doors. One of the Duggar cousins talked about how when she was growing up, she was not allowed to be left alone with Grandpa Duggar. She didn't know why at the time. Later on, finding out it's because Grandpa Duggar was a pedophile, but she remembered having locks on the outside of her doors, of her door and the other doors as well. And I believe this was also the case in the Duggar household, so same Joseph Duggar household, because Josh Duggar, who's the oldest, he had been molesting girls, including two of his own sisters. The parents knew, the parents were aware, and so I believe that there were locks also on the outside of the doors when they were growing up. Yep, because eldest boy Josh was molesting his own sisters. So basically it painting the picture of these people in this very religious, very patriarchal, very conservative cult, knowing full well how much rampant abuse there is in this extended community. This family, but also in the extended like right, Christian right, throughout the Christian right. It's important to note the Duggars are just the most visible members of a Christian cult called the Quiverful Movement. Yeah. Kendra's doing well overall. She's trusting in the Lord, Jim Bob said. She loves you very much. Your kids are going to be okay. Our whole family is pulled together to help. Several of the sisters and sister-in-laws have taken Kendra out and spent a lot of time with her. They're like, don't worry, we've been through this before. It's ridiculous that they charged Kendra and arrested her. We've hired Redacted to help Kendra. We were praying that we can get her charges dropped. You should be so proud of your brothers and grateful to them for how they've all stepped up and are helping with all the details of your business and helping Kendra. You are just going to have to accept the situation at this point, and it's also fine to pray that God would have mercy on you, but you're probably going to face some major consequences for several years to come. I pray that God will bring other Christians into your life to encourage you and that you can also point people to Christ, even through the time you're in jail and prison. God will be with you. He will get you and your family through. David in the Bible royally messed up, but he repented and became a man after God's own heart. You also, like Joseph, who was in prison, can make lemonade out of lemons. I love you and will keep praying for you. Don't give up. God is not finished with your life. Love you, Dad. Trust in the Lord. Lean not to your own understanding. That's all you need. All you need. All you need is the Lord, okay? Because the Lord has already forgiven. You just have to be willing to ask for forgiveness. You know, men are not perfect because woman sinned. If you remember in the Bible, that bitch Eve took a bite out of the apple, and that then led to sin. So the reason that men sin, the reason that Jim Bob Duggar has two sons who are child rapists is because of sin that resulted from woman. So men make mistakes. It's a matter of how you ask the Lord for forgiveness.
I regret.
Okay, let's watch J-Ob's quick vid on this, because I know he has a very in-depth, longer vid on the Duggars, but this is the update video.
To inform you that the Duggars are back in the news again for reasons that may not be entirely surprising. I talked about the Duggars of 19 Kids and Counting fame on my main channel a few years back. I actually grew up watching.
Let me tell you, when I posted a video on the Duggar case, I had multiple people reach out to me, multiple women who told me about, who shared with me their own personal experiences of abuse in conservative, under a conservative Christian system that they grew up in. One woman whose abuser was initially protected by the church, and when his crimes came to light, they just reshuffled. They did some reshuffling, but eventually he was legally held liable, and she was able to read a statement to him in court, which was which was really amazing for her. But I think he got like less than a year or something like that. You know who also just got let out? What's his name, who I talked about in the video as well, which is so crazy. Robert Preston Morris, who was previously Donald Trump's spiritual advisor. Yeah, he is a mega church pastor in Texas, and he pled guilty to raping a girl, a 12-year-old girl in the 1980s. And he was released on Tuesday after serving 6 months in an Oklahoma jail. He pled guilty last year to 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child as part of a plea agreement under which he received a 10-year suspended sentence, with the first 6 months to be served in the Osage County Jail. He must register as a sex offender and will be supervised by Texas authorities via interstate compact. He was also ordered to pay his costs of incarceration, including any medical expenses and restitution to the victim. The victim, Cindy Clemshire, who's now in her 50s, did not immediately respond Tuesday to requests for comment, but said in a statement when Morris was sentenced that justice has finally been served. The man who manipulated, groomed, and abused me as a 12-year-old innocent girl is finally going to be behind bars. Jeff Leach, a Dallas-based attorney who represents Clemshire, said in a statement that they are heartened to know that he, Morris, still has nearly 10 years of probation as well as a lifetime ahead of being publicly registered as a sex offender. Leach added that Clemshire plans to continue to seek justice through civil courts. She rightfully seeks full accountability not only for Robert and the crimes he committed against her as a young child, but for the other individuals who harbored him, covered for him, lied for him, and even in some cases attacked Cindy on his behalf. Yeah. So that guy's out now. He's free. Yeah.
Watching the show with my family, so I already knew a fair bit about them before the incidents involving Josh came to light. If you're familiar with the Duggar
in Quebec, the case against Gilbert Rozon made me hate our court system for how unfair so many victims came forward, but many of their testimony were thrown out for insert random reason here. Yeah, it's like, it's almost as if the system is designed to protect abusers and to punish those who are abused, to make it very, very, very difficult to pursue justice, to be protected from abuse.
At all, then you know they got famous for 2 main reasons. 1, they had an unbelievable number of kids, and 2, they subscribed to extremely conservative, ultra-fundamentalist Baptist theism. Being homeschooled at their massive compound in Arkansas, they would dress very modestly, could only give each other side hugs, weren't allowed to listen to secular music or watch TV, they weren't allowed to date, they could only enter courtships under the watchful eye of a chaperone, which usually usually wound up being the younger siblings. As People magazine put it in 2015, the Duggars are essentially forbidden from nearly every form of physical contact before marriage, and believing that it's a woman's job to prevent lustful thoughts in men. 4 of the daughters wrote about growing up with the family code.
Women, why are you women? You are creating sinful, lusty thoughts in these men. It all goes back to Eve.
Word Nike, which meant that when an attractive woman walked by, the men were meant to turn away and look down at their shoes. And of course, I shouldn't have to say that when they do get married, they very obviously do not believe in birth control. The parents, Jim Bob and Michelle, have long been connected to an organization called IBLP, which stands for Institute in Basic Life Principles, and ATI, the Advanced Training Institute.
Also, there were so many comments that I got on my post where people said, I straight up thought that this was the same Duggar that I remembered being arrested for raping a child. They're like, thank you for pointing out that these are actually now two Duggar sons, because yeah, I did think that maybe I was having deja vu or there was just an update to the case.
Both of which were founded by a guy named Bill Gothard, who preached a very strict hierarchy called the Umbrella of Authority, which shows a husband ruling over his wife and children. These groups used to put out booklets that served as a guide to address abuse within a nuclear family, according to the group Recovering Grace, which published a few excerpts back in 2014. I've linked the full page down below if you want to read a little bit more about how wives and children are perceived under this extremely rigid framework. In 2014, Gothard resigned from the IBLP board of directors amid a wave of allegations. NBC reported that 12 women alleged in a civil suit that they had been abused by Gothard as minors and that the IBLP had covered it up. But for years before that lawsuit, the Duggars had regularly promoted and associated with the IBLP, both on camera and off. Jim Bob and Michelle.
Bro, I'm sorry. I just have to interrupt this. I am so frustrated. I'm so frustrated because my post on Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni has gotten traction because also I think I'm one of the only people who pointed out what actually has happened here with the update. And I've been quote tweeted by people who, when I go to their profiles, they are ostensibly leftists. And I'm just like, this is such a unique position to be in, where you have to deal with the right, you have to deal with the center, you have to deal with the apolitical, and you have to deal with the fucking left. You have to deal with everybody. And that is why it feels impossible. It feels like you are fighting on so many different points. So many different points. I'm like, why? Why are we able to see through the bullshit propaganda conflating anti-Zionists as anti-Semites? Why is it that people have been able to dismantle and now see through this propaganda that has been around for decades, and yet cannot refuse to challenge their misogyny? They refuse. It is so frustrating, man. It is so fucking frustrating. Do you really think that staking this position on this Lively Baldoni case, where you are then siding with Justin Baldoni, so you are siding with someone who's been accused of creating of harassing women at their place of work. You are also siding with the side that has been accused of performing this retaliatory smear campaign, where, funny enough, I see you recognizing the smear campaign against Hassan Piker. Literally. Like, I have clicked on people's profiles and I can see them calling it out. And yet you are not understanding the similar mechanisms at play. It's just that in Hassan's case, you don't have the misogyny machine. And a lot more people have been able to unpack, at this point, it's just like totally disregard disingenuous claims of anti-Semitism as it is being applied to people who are staunch Israel critics. So we're able to do that, and that's good. That is good. It's good how many people can recognize and smell the bullshit. But every time it is a smear campaign that is at the expense of a woman, and in many cases, a woman who alleged sexual harassment or assault, sexual abuse, then the blinders come back on. Then it's like, nope. Nope. And they just eat it up. And they make this they make this literally feel impossible for somebody like me to try and cut through, because there's no support. There's no institutional support. There's no support from any ideological side here. It really feels like you're on an island. It really does. I don't know how to get you to care about this stuff when very clearly you make the predetermination that if it involves a white woman and involves a white woman of significant financial means, then you are not going to you are not going to align on the woman's side. You are not going to recognize the real issues at play, and you're just going to contribute to this culture that makes it so much harder for all victims of abuse to be protected. Like, do you get that when you are siding against Blake Lively in this case, that then the trickle down effect of that means that, say, a black woman in who's a service worker or a domestic worker, that it makes her life so much harder? This isn't about if you like them or not. It's about the issue. Yeah, but nope. We just refuse to get that, man. You know? You might not reach that particular poster, but you reach others watching. I know that, but it is the reality that there's very little support. There's very little support when you are coming from the position that I am. You will be fighting everyone on every side of the aisle. And it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate. And people will chalk me up as some Blake Lively stan, as like someone who only cares about white rich celebrity women, and they won't actually engage with anything that I'm saying. They won't take 2 seconds because they just don't care, and it's fun for them to get to engage in misogyny like everyone else, but it's okay because theirs is morally justified, right? That's the thing, is that I think people need to remember that people love to hate women. Like it's fun to be a part of something that is popular, and misogyny is very popular. It is. So I'm trying to take people's fun from them, right? Like this is cultural bonding. This is cultural bonding, and I'm here disrupting that. And so, oops, my bad. But that's what it is. It's like they morally justify, leftists will morally justify their misogyny. And they're just having a tad bit of fun. God damn it, Caroline, let us say our slurs. Yes, like I'm not letting people say their slurs. I'm not letting them engage in some cultural fun bonding by being racist or misogynistic. Yeah, we got the slur police over here. Like, man, I don't care. I don't care if you personally like someone. That's irrelevant. It is irrelevant. I say the same thing about Hassan. I don't care if you personally like Hassan and all the weaponized irrelevancy, all the deflections and bad faith arguments and distractions, and it's the same thing where I'm like, there is no such thing as a perfect victim. That is a myth. That is a myth that's designed to protect abusers and punish women, punish victims, punish women. It's not a matter of how you personally feel about somebody. It's a matter of systemic issues. But Caroline, how can they get their misogyny out if we get rid of the white woman loophole? Yeah, I mean, I just think about like how crass the right was towards Renee Good, who was a white woman. And they seized on her being a white gay woman. Obviously, homophobia was at play to smear her. And the way that they coined these acronyms like awful. And we got leftists who were obviously calling out the violence, the violence that Renee Good experienced that resulted in her being killed. And yet there's still this disconnect, because then they'll turn around and do the white woman thing, right? Like, who cares about this woman because she's white? And then anybody who tries to step in and go, whoa, they're like, oh, okay. So you think white women are the most oppressed in this world? I'm like, ain't nobody said that. Huh? Honestly, everything I've heard about the conversation about Blake Lively or Amber Heard cases were always against them. And they were very convincing arguments. I appreciate perspective, how thorough you are, because the people against them are so convincing. Well, the thing is, too, is that it's that they have the numbers. They have the overwhelming narrative, especially in Amber Heard's case. If you went online, I don't even necessarily blame every person for their takeaway being, oh, Amber Heard was lying here. Now, if you haven't corrected yourself since then, if you haven't bothered to do any like reading, any actual examination outside of what you were just seeing all over the internet, then that's a fucking problem. But it's like, yeah, at the time, that was the only perspective. That was the perspective because of, like I said, the employment of these bot farms that had been there for years, that the Johnny Depp stans who were nonstop pushing these hashtags because of the financial incentives, because of how the media, how the media, mainstream media was involved in that. So I understand why, like, I use this example all the time, but I was with my siblings when the case was happening, and all of that, like, so like we were talking about it and all of them were like, oh, well, Amber Heard's a liar. You know, she's the one who abused. And I went, oh, what? No. And I like explained for 1 minute. Okay. It wasn't even like I thoroughly went through. And they went, oh my God, you're the first person that I've heard from that perspective. Like just even being one person who they trust, right? Because these are my siblings, but one person who went, oh, whoa, here's what you're missing. And they immediately were like, oh, wow, I think I just thought this because that's all I was seeing online. This happens so frequently. Yes, I am. Oh, hi. What you doing? Okay. Sometimes it just takes one person in your life and you go, damn, I actually did not know I didn't know that was the case. You're actually the first person I ever heard pushing back on the Blake Lively story. I fully believe she and Ryan Reynolds were being sketchy. And look, I also use Blake Lively as an example of how even with all the unpacking that I've done, my own internalized misogyny and my ability to fall for disinformation online, disingenuous framing, smear campaigns, etc. In the beginning, I saw the Blake Lively stuff and I was like, damn, yeah, she seems pretty terrible. And then when that New York Times story came out and I realized like what had been going on here, and then I just examined things through this lens that I have built up now through years of doing this work. But you realize that sometimes it falters. Sometimes your blinders are up again. And that's why it's like, I have to hear other people's perspective as well. I have to, read from journalist friends of mine who I trust and have those conversations. And I am not immune. I am not immune. No one is immune. Yeah. It shouldn't be, I feel this way about this person before the assessment of the situation. I know. How many times can we say that your personal feelings on someone does not matter? And it perpetuates also the perfect victim myth, which is a still devastating cultural attitude that we have that affects how we view victims of abuse. I wish you were on Twitch at the time of the trial. It would have been nice to have one person on here. Yeah, I don't know. I think I probably would have been, I'm not going to lie. I think about that. And I do believe it would have killed me. I do believe that it probably would have led to a horrific smear campaign against me. Like, it would have been so overwhelming. It might have destroyed your reputation. Yeah, I have a couple friends who were some of the few who were covering the trial, and were not covering it from a blind pro Johnny Depp position. And they got so many death threats. So still today, they receive threats, so much harassment, because they were some of the few voices. And I was like not an internet person in 2022, just kind of normie stuff. I don't know. So if that if that had been my first big thing as a streamer, I don't know. I think it would have been it would have been, I know it would have been horrific, and I just cannot see how I would have made it through that. It's how Asmongold blew up. Yep. Lady Squid and Key, thank you for the prime. And look, if you're tired of me talking about this stuff, I'm fucking tired of talking about it too. But gotta keep talking about it. And I wish that people would untrain themselves, or train themselves, but train themselves in the direction of, hey, we should never consider our opinions on something to be fully closed. So if you held a position at that time, which was most likely that Johnny Depp was the victim in this situation, despite the UK trial, well, you shouldn't just then move on from that. And when the other when a different perspective is in front of your face, you don't care because that's no longer happening. And so you've moved on. Like, a lot of people have this attitude that things are no longer relevant once we have collectively moved past it, except we really haven't actually moved past it because of how consequential that case continues to be. So really, we haven't moved past it. But you know what I mean? This kind of like, oh, the public is all concentrated on this one thing right now. And then once it's over, then we move on. It's no longer relevant. Even if I was wrong, who cares? Doesn't matter. What if you think they were both shitty people? Johnny Depp's a psycho. So the both sides are bad is siding with the abuser. Okay. Because same thing with Palestine and Israel. Well, I just think both of them have done bad things. So I have a neutral position here. No, you don't. No, you don't. That neutral position is in favor of the party in power, the party that is abusing. It's complicated. Both sides are bad. Like, why don't we apply the understanding that saying both sides are bad is not actually a neutral position to cases like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. I'm a man and I cringe during these convos. I'm trying to temper myself through fire, so to speak. I'm here most days because the perspective of a leftist woman is really important for us all to consume. You're doing something really important here. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, here, let me just, you know what I need to start doing? Every time I mention Amber Heard, I just need to have like an exclamation point, Amber Heard, or required reading list. So people will just do a little bit of homework, because like I said, I can't relitigate this every time for individual chatters, especially because it's people who usually aren't listening anyway. They're not listening. Even if I were to sit here and go through stuff, they're not listening. So I would recommend Michael Hobbs. Michael Hobbs wrote, he had a piece of reporting in 2022. Kat Tenbarge covered is one of, honestly, the experts on this case. Kat, who is a friend of mine who I've had on the stream, she's an incredible journalist and really, really an expert on the case. So she's got a ton of writing on Spitfire. Go listen to the podcast Who Trolled Amber Heard. That is heavily from the perspective of analyzing the bot farms and the inorganic internet activity that contributed to this global spread of hatred against Heard. So that is not, those journalists are not actually going through all the case itself, but they are looking at the data, the data aspects of it. So Who Trolled Amber Heard is a really good series by Tortoise Media. Yeah, I mean, that's just to start you off. And it's like, you listen, or go, you know what I always say to people too, please go read about the UK trial. Go read about the UK trial in which Johnny Depp sued the Sun after they referred to him as a wife beater. And in the UK, libel laws are notoriously tough for the fact that they side with the person making the complaint, meaning that the Sun had the burden of proof to show that there actually was evidence for calling Johnny Depp a wife beater. So they called in Amber to provide witness testimony. She did not want to do it because of how much she'd already dealt with after she filed for restraining order and the Depp stands had been harassing her. She did not want to testify in court, but she decided to because of the fact that if that would help, then her thinking was Johnny couldn't go around saying that it had legally been proven that he wasn't a wife beater. Okay, so she decides to testify. 12 out of 14 of the claims of abuse was proven to have sufficient evidence of. The judge decided, yep. And so ultimately the Sun won that case and the burden of proof was entirely on them. And people don't either know about that case or they don't care or they're just, I don't know, but that's always a good starting point, I think. And then the other things I suggested. And I am telling you, this is a case that for a lot of people, if you were to just spend 5 seconds actually examining and reading from reputable journalists and reporters and not just like whatever memes and viral things really dominated on the internet and people who were making just entertainment slop content out of it, you'll go, oh, damn, wow, I can't believe that the jury sided with Depp in the 2022 defamation trial. And the other problem is that the jury was not sequestered. In the defamation trial, they did not sequester the jury. So the jury went home at night. They were seeing the same things on the internet. There was one guy who was not kicked out of the jury pool, even after his wife texted him that Amber Heard was a crazy bitch. It was a huge issue. So the massive global hate campaign against Amber Heard directly played an impact on the jury's decision in that case. Yes. So it's like you just go learn of stuff like that and you go, wait. Okay, I actually missed so much going on here. Because I was just consuming this via whatever the fuck people were saying online. And a lot of what people were saying was just they were memeing. There was so much distortion, so much straight up disinformation. Wasn't even questioned. Some reporting. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I understand that every time I mention Amber Heard's name, every time I mention Blake Lively's name, anytime I mention like any woman's name has been involved in a high profile case, I'm going to get at least one chatter who goes, look, I'm no misogynist, but that woman was a lying bitch. Look, I normally believe women, but we know that sometimes women lie, and this was certainly a situation. It's funny because those people seem to kind of do that every time we have one of these high-profile cases, where it's like they will say normally, I believe women. I understand how the system works, but this is an exception here. I'm like, when you have this many exceptions, maybe you actually don't. Maybe you're not actually looking through the lens of this being an exception. I support X, but only reason I didn't end up fully drawn in by the Amber smear campaign was that I saw one person point out how the memes about her testimony abuse is painful for other victims, regardless if you're a pro Amber. Oh yeah, it was really traumatizing for a lot of people because they also recognize that, wow, if I were to ever, have to come forward publicly or even, harboring your own the abuse that you've experienced and going, our society doesn't care. Our society loves to mock victims of abuse. It was a reminder for a lot of survivors that their lives don't matter, that the abuse against them isn't taken seriously.
Who had been regular
anyway, sorry, I got a little off track.
speakers at IBLP conferences once claimed
Katie, thank you for another gifted. Autumn Laughs, thank you for the 15 months.
that Gothard's teachings changed their lives. One woman who also attended such events, where she would see the Duggars and Gothard, told NBC in 2022 that Gothard was treated like a god. Bottom line is, the Duggars have always been known for being a little out there, and in the eyes of demented TLC executives, that meant ratings, and the show did well. It was extremely successful throughout the 7 years that it aired, but then in 2015, not long after Gothard had been exposed, things came crashing down for the Duggars too, when it was revealed that the eldest son, Josh, had abused a number of his younger sisters and a babysitter in the early 2000s. Jim Bob and Michelle
There's
had
a photo
claimed
of
to have
them
dealt
with
with the
Clinton.
matter on their own at the time, though Josh faced zero legal repercussions back then, and by the time the public knew about it, the statute of limitations was up. The show was canceled, they were defended by the likes of Mike Huckabee, which is never a good sign, and although they had tried to relaunch under a different show called Counting On, which focused on the older Duggar sisters, the family was hit by another round of shocking revelations in 2021, when Josh was arrested for downloading CSAM and sentenced to 12.5.
Yeah, what's crazy too is he was exposed as having abused girls, including his sisters, in 2015. But then it was not till 2021 that he was finally charged and arrested because they found CSAM on his computer. They found horrifying shit on his computer. Yeah, and remember too, at the time he was arrested in 2015, he had been serving as the executive director of FRC Action, which is a lobbying organization sponsored by the Family Research Council. And they are all about lobbying to further spread very conservative, right-wing, traditionalist policies. So getting rid of no-fault divorce, ensuring that no person can have can access abortion. They are incredibly anti-LGBTQ, no shock. Incredibly anti-woman, no shock. Yeah, that's what this family values. That's what this Christian family values political right is all about. Fork found in kitchen.
Years in prison in 2022. He had also previously been named in the Ashley Madison.
It's crazy you have to speak like a child on YouTube. I'm not blaming creators, but it's insane. The platform makes you say shit like grape and corn. I do not censor myself. I refuse to say grape. I refuse to say corn. I refuse to use any of the like language to get around. And if that means my videos are suppressed, all right. But I genuinely, you're not going to catch me out here saying grape. I am never going to say grape. I thought grape and corn was only for TikTok. I see it pop up on Instagram, on YouTube. May I ask something with regards to male behavior towards women? I don't want to make this as a woe is me case. I recently called out certain behavior by male member of a group of friends within a professional context and got made fun of by both males and females in this group for calling out this behavior. How should anyone deal with ridicule if they find themselves in such situation? Again, not want to make this a woe. Yeah, that's tough because both men and women perpetuate misogyny and bad behavior. So I'm sorry that happened to you. It's a good thing that you called it out. What I would say is I don't know. I mean, I don't know. don't know the exact situation with this group of friends, but if it were me, I would go, these aren't friends of mine. If I'm calling out this problematic behavior, I am mocked for it, then I'm out. Remember, there's always someone who's probably glad you spoke out because they couldn't. Yeah, but people operate in groupthink, you know? They do. So a lot of people are afraid to be the one who's standing against the rest of the group. I'd rather be friends with someone who's willing to call out that behavior than not. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry that happened, and I'm sure you're not the only person who's experienced something like that. I've lost friends over a variety of issues. So I think ultimately it's best to not be a part of social groups like that.
Week of 2015 and was accused of being violent with another woman at a strip club that same year. Not to mention the legal issues that Jana Duggar, the eldest daughter, faced in 2021, being charged with endangering the welfare of a minor, which was eventually settled outside of court. So that's basically the short version of how we got here. Over the past few years, the family has mostly stayed out of the headlines. Some of the daughters have published books. There was a big Amazon Prime docuseries. Ginger Duggar has even started the podcast with her husband Jeremy. But now, let's fast forward to 2026.
It's former reality TV star Joseph Duggar in court, facing charges that threaten to send him to jail for decades.
On Wednesday, March 18th, the third eldest Duggar son, Joseph, was arrested in Arkansas after being accused of abusing a very young girl on a family vacation to Florida back in 2020. We're going to be looking at the statement put out by the Bay County Sheriff's Office, so there is a trigger warning here if you don't want to see the details of the crime. There's a time code on screen if you'd like to skip ahead. As I'm sure you've gathered, this is not going to be a light video. I'm just warning you now. The Bay County Sheriff's Office has arrested and charged 31-year-old Joseph Garrett Duggar for lewd and lascivious behavior involving unlawful activity with a minor. On March 18th, 2026, Bay County investigators were contacted by a detective with the Taneytown Police Department in Arkansas regarding a report of past abuse. The 14-year-old victim participated in a forensic interview where she disclosed several incidents involving Duggar that occurred during a family vacation in Panama City Beach when she was 9 years old. I don't want to be overly gratuitous by reading out loud what he did, but you can see it right there on screen. The victim stated Duggar eventually apologized for his actions and the incident stopped after.
But did he apologize to God? Did he ask the Lord for forgiveness? Because the Lord forgiveth.
For the apology. Investigators discovered the victim's father confronted Duggar about these incidents on March 17th, 2026. Duggar admitted his actions to the victim's father and to Taneytown detectives. Duggar was arrested out of state and charged with lewd and lascivious behavior, of a victim less than 12 years old, and lewd and lascivious behavior conducted by a person 18 years or older. Duggar is currently awaiting extradition to Bay County. Because this is an ongoing investigation, things are still changing, and on March 20th, just 2 days after his arrest in Florida, Joseph was charged in Arkansas on 4 counts of second-degree endangering the welfare of a minor, as well as 4 counts of second-degree false imprisonment, along with his wife, who was taken into custody and released after Jim Bob and Michelle posted her bond. That's right, both Joseph Duggar and his wife Kendra are facing these new charges together in Taneytown. As the police pointed out, it is important to note that these Arkansas charges are unrelated to Joseph's case in Florida, but that this separate investigation was launched on the heels of the alleged incident in Florida. And although there aren't many details publicly available at this time, we do have an anonymous source supposedly close close to the family, telling People magazine that Kendra's arrest was a result of a home inspection, and the door locks being on the exterior of the doors. Of course, that's just an anonymous claim, so take it as is, but a spokesperson for the family would only say that the charges filed against Kendra are totally unrelated to the
and again, not the first time that this has occurred within the extended DUGGAR
felony charges
family.
her husband is expected to face in Florida. But as the magazine points out, the Duggars do have a history of using locks, with Jim Bob and Michelle saying that the best way to protect their children after learning what Josh had done was to
Now this is too, Bubba, I'm sorry. Take care of yourself. I am probably almost done covering news. As soon as
lock
this
the
is over.
children in their rooms each
So if you
night,
wanna- if
which
you
is
wanna come back in,
horrifying
like,
to think
20
about
minutes.
for multiple reasons. According to an affidavit filed by the Bay County Sheriff's Office and obtained by People, Joseph had admitted his intentions were not pure. 5 News in Arkansas has also obtained a phone call Joseph made from the Washington County Jail.
Hi there. This is Joe Dyer here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Also, need people to understand, if they don't, that this is not an aberration. This is not an individual problem. This is how this conservative, patriarchal, religious system is designed. Okay? There are so many instances of abuse under structures like this. And we see how they'll close ranks, right? Whether it's a pastor who's abusing people who are in their church community, whether it's the fucking Duggars, you know, it's not a bug, it's a feature.
Hey, I'm over here at the Washington County.
Yeah.
Kind of, I don't know if my dad mentioned it to you or not.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we needed to talk sometime about things or how the process works here on this side, or if you know anything more than I do.
Yeah, the only issue, well, you're there, you're in custody pending the issuance of a governor's warrant by the state of Florida. And you can be held for 30 days. Now you may be entitled to bond. Have they talked to you about?
Have you heard the phone calls between him and his wife? Yeah.
Have they talked to you about? Have they talked to you about bond?
Nothing. No.
Okay. They haven't said they're going to bring you before a judge anytime soon?
No, nothing of that sort.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only issue you've got now while you're in Washington County. You want to be out, and you got ties to the community. You got your family here. I mean, the judge should set a bond, in which case you'll be out pending Arkansas receipt of a governor's warrant from Florida. It's called extradition, which you may have heard of, but
okay.
But yeah, that's the only issue you got here in Arkansas. So,
okay. All right.
They should. They should. I mean, you should appear before the judge for bond, but let me know if that happens.
Okay.
If not, we might be able to get you in front of a judge for that.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes remaining on this call.
I guess if that's it, I guess we'll just. Thank you. Yeah, if that's it, then I guess we can circle back if we hear anything.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with this process since it's
okay.
the first time.
Well, if you, yeah, I understand. But if you bump into a deputy or something, say ask if they're getting a bond hearing.
Okay. I'll ask that. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
We also have this footage of him and his wife being booked in the Washington County Detention Facility, and you can watch and see for yourself, but to me it really does seem clear that Joseph is not taking this seriously. Maybe the gravity of the situation hasn't set in yet, but I just think it's interesting to see him acting so loose despite these very serious charges.
Mind you, these shows were rebooted after these things came out. Yeah. Mind you that the Duggars got a spinoff after 19 Kids and Counting was canceled in 2015 because reports came out that Josh Duggar had molested multiple girls, including 2 of his sisters. So they canceled the show, but not really, because then there was a spinoff, which Joseph Duggar was a part of. Yeah. Oh my God. It's the institutional complicity here. It's TLC. It's TLC going, well, as long as we can make money.
No, nothing at all. Oh, sorry, I thought you said if I had anything on me. You said not in my pockets. I mean, yeah, immediately you got somewhere else. All right. Any injuries?
Well, I don't have anything to trade you with.
You've been here before?
No,
that's right. I think I got my brother went to school for getting his police stuff training. Oh, yeah. Got pepper sprayed out over here. Oh, really? Yeah. What's that name? Duggar.
Now there's been another phone call released of a conversation Joseph had with his wife, telling Kendra that he's being kept in solitary confinement and that he's been reading his Bible a lot.
How are you?
I'm all right. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time praying and reading the Bible. They got me a Bible in here, so I'm in solitary. So I'm only I'm in the cell for 23 hours of the day. So, but
really,
yeah. So it's like a 8 by 10 area, pretty small area, but I've been able to read a lot. I actually been resting some, but not sleeping great through the night.
Oh, it's so sad that women in these really oppressive religious cults, they are so brainwashed and so accustomed to their oppression that they stand by these men. They stand by their husbands. They stand by, their fathers. And they also are then complicit. Like, it does appear here with the charges. And of course, we'll find out more. But, upon kind of initial analysis of it, it's like, yeah, I would not be surprised if Kendra Duggar had been aware of the abuse that her husband had committed. It's a very sick cycle. And then the kids who are raised in this, and grow up and become adults, and unless they break free.
But it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Then it's
He
just
also
this
made a brief appearance in front of the judge when he waived his extradition hearing. But at this point, we're basically waiting for him to be moved to Florida, where the next steps will play out. In the meantime, we have gotten several statements from members of the Duggar family, Jason Duggar being among the latest to break his silence, writing on Instagram. We, like many, have spent the week completely shocked, confused, and grieved, to list a few emotions. We are disgusted to hear the news about my brother. However, this isn't about how it's impacted our lives. Our hearts are burdened because a child's life has been turned upside down due to evil actions of someone who should have never hurt the vulnerable. This is something unthinkable. We are angered by what has happened, and we pray God's righteous hand and the court system will serve justice in the situation as deserved. Maddie and I, his wife, have always had a special place.
Yeah, I don't think we have a good track record here of either God's righteous hand or the court system serving justice
in our hearts for the vulnerable around us, and we will continue to do so. To fathom that someone would abuse their authority to harass the innocent is vile. We ask that you pray for the victim who has been brave enough to share what has happened. We also ask that you pray for his family at this time, as his children must face the reality of losing a father that should have been a spiritual leader in their lives. We stand with innocent children always. In a statement that echoed this sentiment, Joyanna Duggar posted on her story what has come.
Is it unthinkable? Haven't you had to think about it before? Yeah. Haven't y'all been here? Weren't you just here 5 years ago?
About my brother is heartbreaking and deeply disturbing. My heart is with the victim, and I am grieved by the pain and harm caused. I've been a wreck this week and am taking time to process. I have a few pre-filmed commitments that I have to post, but I will be taking some much needed time with my family. Thank you for your prayers. The day after the news broke, Jill put out a family statement that read, "We were shocked yesterday evening to learn of Jill's brother Joseph Duggar's arrest. We first learned of anything."
Okay, this is kind of related, but this is a Twitter thread from Clavernacle. This is kind of related to what I was saying earlier and expressing my frustration of having to deal with gross misogynistic abuse across the aisle. The amount of weird sex stuff and sexual harassment done by leftist streamers towards their fans just shows how many of them only care about politics as some sort of social club where they are the king. Larger YouTubers and streamers shouldn't be constantly messaging their fans on private Discord servers with not safe for work 18+ channels. But it not only seems like most think this is fine, it seems to be one of the reasons that they even want some social power online in the first place. Think a lot of them completely replace their real lives with online ones. Like, I always wonder how the fuck these streamers are posting their fetishes at their audiences with a Discord account that is clearly linked to their streaming profile or YouTube channel, but that is, of course, the whole reason they're doing it in the first place. I think all content creators should have a healthy barrier between them and their fans. We aren't your friends, and anyone who's actively cultivating an audience on personal terms should be treated with suspicion. I say this as someone who once briefly had a public Discord for my channel that anyone could join. I saw how quickly it attracts most desperate people who want your attention, clearly are creating an unhealthy one-way relationship with you. Quickly got off it. But the streamers who use and keep them know how desperate their fans can be. And they, of course, take full advantage. And not just the perverts either. You see people regularly using their platforms to weaponize their audience to brigade and harass other creators. I don't know who this is in reference to, but I think it's just a part of the larger problem, you know? Like, I don't know if this is a vague post or this is just kind of an observation. But, you know, we've talked about how leftist men who are guilty of abusing will weaponize progressive language. They will weaponize their, their self-labeling as feminists. And that's a really, I mean, that was a part of the Chavez. The Chavez revelations, that is something that we saw with Justin Baldoni, who called himself a male feminist, who had a whole podcast talking about toxic masculinity. And it's this issue with like using progressive language to justify oppression. You know, it's like when people will try and use progressive language and they are justifying genocide.
Related to his charges yesterday via a text from a friend who
And the thing is that it works. It works. It does. We fall for the shtick, and it's not always easy to see when someone is weaponizing the language of progress as cover for their terrible behavior.
Messaged us about the recent media reports of Joseph's arrest and his alleged confession to molesting a juvenile female in 2020. We are shocked and heartbroken. We strongly condemn
I can see this being applicable to a lot of people, even just normal influencers. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna issue a PSA. If you are a fan and the person that you are a fan of on the internet is messaging you and expressing sexual interest, please be aware of the power dynamic at play. And please be aware that that person is taking advantage of their position over you. And it happens all the time, you know? And I wish that people would not do that, right? I wish people with that influence and in that position of power would not take advantage of it, but they continue to. And so we as individuals need to know how to advocate for ourselves, know how to recognize those power dynamics, and know when someone is taking advantage of a position of power over you. And this is not victim blaming, of course. This is just trying to help people be better informed. Did you get the money I sent you from that message on Discord? Yes, thank you so much. I bought Farley treats with it.
Abuse. We support the rule of law and
That
hope
was
that
definitely
justice
me.
will be achieved. Our
System
hearts
of a
go out to
Downer,
the
thank you for the
innocent
9
juvenile
months.
victim of this unspeakable crime and her family. We pray God gives her strength, comfort, and hope, and that she is able to get all the help and support she needs and deserves in the days ahead. We love our sister-in-law, Kendra, and this was before she got arrested, and our 4 nieces and nephews, and pray that they feel loved and supported during this time, as we cannot imagine the indescribable pain they feel as they process and grieve everything. Jessa Duggar put out a similar statement on her Instagram story that was later deleted, but it read, "We learned of this saddening news along with the rest of the world on Wednesday, and we are in complete shock. Our hearts are grieving for this innocent young girl, and we know this is deeply grievous to God, who cares tenderly for children and the vulnerable. We are keeping her in our prayers." What I didn't expect was for Josh Duggar to put out a statement from behind bars, one that reads a lot differently from the words being expressed by the rest of the family. Through a lawyer, Josh said the charges deeply saddened him, but he
Wick Von
dismissed the
Doom, thank you for the
allegations
4
as
months.
sensationalized fiction. His lawyer told the Daily Mail that Josh understands the stigma of being accused. He lives with the painful reality of how false accusations can destroy a life, which, as the outlet points out, completely contradicts the authorities' assertion that Joseph admitted to the unlawful
Okay, real accusations don't destroy lives. Let's be
conduct, both to them and to the victim's family, but whatever. Amy Duggar King, niece of Jim Bob and cousin of the Duggar children, who was featured prominently at times on the show, also issued a couple statements on her website. In the first, Amy stated that in light of the
Louis C.K. is headlining the Netflix is a Joke Fest. Louis C.K., who admitted to the fact that he would constantly expose himself to women who didn't consent to it. Okay, that he was always masturbating, that he would call women on the phone, that he would corner them in these really uncomfortable, inescapable positions and force them to be subjected to that. And then what? He took a break for 4 months, came back, won a Grammy, is headlining, has a new special coming out.
recent allegations involving my cousin, Joseph Duggar, I am sickened, heartbroken, and deeply angry. My first thoughts are with the victim, a child who deserves to be.
But he said sorry, so it's all good. The thing is, he didn't even say sorry. He initially was like, oops, my bad. Yeah, I definitely did those things, and I recognize I shouldn't have done that. But then when he came back, he actually painted himself as a victim of cancel culture. He backtracked on the bullshit, like on the insufficient apology that was initial. And yeah, and was like, actually, I don't have anything to be sorry
Safe, protected, and surrounded by people she could trust. The courage it took for her to come
Are you
forward,
surprised?
especially after
No,
years of carrying something so heavy,
nothing
cannot be
surprises me anymore.
overstated. That bravery deserves to be honored above all else. I was utterly shocked to hear about these allegations and Joseph's arrest. At the same time, I am not surprised that another alleged predator has emerged from this toxic system. For years, I have spoken out about the importance of truth, accountability, and protecting children. children, even when it meant going against my own family. Family ties should never equal automatic trust or access, especially when it comes to the safety of children. When an image is protected over truth and silence is chosen over accountability, it creates an environment where abuse can thrive. I have worked hard to break cycles in both my extended family and my immediate family. And now, this next part is what bothered some people on account of the way she plugs her book. My boundaries are in place for a reason, and I have used my voice to expose the darkness and advocate for the protection of children, a journey I wrote about in Holy Disruptor, shattering the shiny facade by getting louder with the truth, as a way to help others recognize harmful patterns, speak the truth, and find their voice in toxic systems. I'll let you be the judge of how well-timed of a promotion that was. She continues, I am praying for the victim and her family as they walk through what is sure to be an incredibly difficult road ahead, recognizing that we do not yet—
See, my problem is that even with Duggar family members who are better at critically calling out the horrific crimes their family members commit, they still advocate for and promote this really oppressive patriarchal system that that's all about, you know, Christian traditional family values.
know the full picture. I am also praying for Joseph's wife, Kendra, as
Jill's
she begins
the best of them, and she's still a Trump supporter. Yeah. Because they didn't actually break out of this. They didn't break out of the structure. They're still in it.
to process this, and for the protection of their children. I'm praying for eyes to be opened, and above all, I pray that justice will be served to the fullest. Now, it's important to say that this too was put out before Kendra had been arrested, and following that development, Amy released a new statement to TMZ, where she reaffirmed her support for the children and stated how especially shocking the Kendra news was.
I think that was a plot twist that no one saw coming. When I gave that statement, you know, on my social media and to the press and all of that, that was just the information that I was given at the time and thought to be true.
Like, hi, let's also not use the rape of a child to promote anything that is to our benefit. You know what I mean? Like that is a product of ours. That is something that we are making money from.
True. And now that that information has changed and there's more that is coming out and there's a lot of question marks right now.
Let's not capitalize
I'm
off
just going to steer
child rape.
that statement toward the kids because that's what matters right now is the kids' safety, the victim.
Let's not capitalize every letter in a sentence, and let's not capitalize off child rape. That's my point.
And her family and the 4 children that were in the home. That is where my heart lies. And that's just where I'm just gonna lay there. I had no idea. Like I said, I'm learning just like everyone else and looking through any kind of article.
Flunky Flunks. Thank you so much for the 10 gifteds. If she didn't say the full title of her book, would have been different. Genuinely asking if she just said wrote about this in my book. I just think that she could have left that out, you know, because ultimately the point is to promote her book, which puts money in her pocket. So it's not that I'm saying she shouldn't have written that book. I'm just like, hey, in the statement where you are condemning the rape of a child committed by a family member of yours, let's not self-promote.
That I can
we don't
find
need
trying
to
to get answers because obviously this is hard.
It's like when Sarah J. Maas, oh my God, do you guys remember this? Sarah J. Maas, who wrote the ACOTAR series, Fairies Fucking, she posted about Breonna Taylor. And then in that same post promoted her book. Yeah, not good.
Broken. This is heartbreaking. This is really, really hard on everybody.
Then finally we get to Ginger, who put out a 5-minute episode of her podcast the other day with her husband to address the situation to their audience. Emotions are high here, and I'm sure it took a lot to sit down and record this.
Ginger, how are you holding up?
Well, I mean, it has been such a long week. It's been one of those weeks that feels like.
Wouldn't the locks on the outside of the doors make it hard for anyone who'd been to their house to argue they had no idea?
Years. And I did not think that my heart could break like it has this week. The pain and heartbreak that we've had over this, and just thinking of how it's affected so many. Yeah, it's just unthinkable.
I linked the full thing down below, and I would suggest you give it a watch if you can. Like I said, this case is very much still ongoing. More charges could be introduced later, depending on what the investigations could uncover. It sucks to see this family in the news yet again for some sordid crimes committed by one of the older brothers. And I can't imagine what this is like for his younger siblings.
Arrest the cops who killed Breonna Taylor by buying my book.
Life
about
and didn't ask to be
fucking.
born into such a fundamentalist household where there were no TVs present, but plenty of TV cameras there to document everything about their lives. Not to mention what Joseph and Kendra's own children must be going through. They're young now, but this will be something they'll have to deal with for the rest of their lives. Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar have to be some of the absolute worst parents I have ever seen. To have raised not just one, but two
Worst
monsters in
people.
the same household is quite the feat. And I really do hope this is the last horrifying bit of news we hear regarding the Duggars. If there are any major updates or new details released by authorities, we'll try to cover them here. But in the meantime, let me know what you think down below. I just think it's completely insane and unfortunately unsurprising.
It won't be, because as I said, this is not a bug. This is a feature. This is not an aberration. This is the result of this extremely oppressive, patriarchal, right-wing Christian structure. The cult of it all. The cult of it all. Have you watched The Righteous Gemstones? Yes, I love The Righteous Gemstones. It's incredible. So this is what I was referencing. Cancel culture is a joke, with Louis C.K. headlining Netflix as a joke at the Hollywood Bowl. We got Kanye, who was just at SoFi Stadium. Drake made an appearance, 80,000 person crowd. Variety posting clips of the concert, divorced from any acknowledging of Kanye West's horrific actions. We got Louis C.K. headlining Netflix as a joke festival. Louis C.K. was canceled when the world became aware of his tendency to expose himself to women in comedy spaces. He admitted the allegations were true, went away for roughly 4 months before he returned to comedy venues to make a comeback. Since C.K. has yet again found an audience with the people who think cancel culture is a thing, if it was real, Louis C.K. wouldn't be headlining a huge festival. The news came with Netflix announcing a new special by Louis C.K. called Ridiculous, coming out this summer on the streamer. To be fair, they've collaborated with controversial and canceled comedians in the past, so this isn't surprising, but still upsetting. As I have said before on this platform, I was told as a young comedy intern to stay away from Louis C.K. if he came into the theater while I was interning. No one thought to ban him from the theater. Instead, they just warned everyone else to stay away. Yeah. So I, yet again, am thinking about how quickly the mayor of Rio de Janeiro said Chappell Roan will never perform here ever again. Chappell Roan, who, even to those who fully believe that she's guilty, what the crime she committed was not letting a child take a picture. Yep. At least 5 named women and an unnamed woman accused Louis C.K. of sexual harassment at various comedy venues. It was said at the time that C.K. would expose himself and touch himself in front of these women without their consent. C.K. claims that he would ask, I hate that because that's my initials. Louis claims that he would ask first and then do it anyway, and he even admitted to the power imbalance in doing this. At the time of the allegations, Louis admitted to them by saying that the stories are true in a statement. At the time, I said to myself that what I did was okay because I never showed a woman my dick without asking first, which is also true. But what I also learned later in life, too late, is that when you have power over another person, asking them to look at your dick isn't a question. It's a predicament for them. Also, sometimes those women would outright say no, and he would do it anyway. So it wasn't even just a coerced yes, it was a no, and he would still do it. The power I had over these women is that they admired me, and I wielded that power irresponsibly. Or not just that they admired him, because hello, okay, Louis C.K., not every woman fucking admires you or has admired you when they've crossed your paths, but it was also that like the institutional support he had as a very famous comic. So no, it wasn't just that these women all admired him. He went on to say that he took advantage of being admired in my and their community. Most of the statement is Louis C.K. talking about his own power and how beloved he was in the comedy world. There's nothing about this that I forgive myself for. There's a lot of I, and I have to reconcile it with who I am, which is nothing compared to the task I left them with. He nearly forgave himself enough to take on a headlining gig for Netflix and to dive back into this world with less than 6 months out of it, but cancel culture is real and ruins the lives of men, right? Bruh, when I was in my workplace the other day, I overheard this dude in the mailroom being like, well, you know, Kanye's going to have to apologize to lots of people since they own everything, all the hospitals, stadiums, banks, and buildings. Ah, yes, he was doing the classic seemingly anti-Semitism that Kanye was fully doing as a Nazi, but nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. Anyway, speaking of Chapel Roan, the episode that I filmed with Matt Bernstein and Kat Tenbarge comes out tomorrow. Tomorrow, you get a long episode about it all tomorrow. Lots of good stuff that we talked about. And after we finished filming, I went, there are so many more things that I wanted to say, but you can't say every single thing in one podcast episode. But there's so many things afterwards. I'm like, didn't even mention this, didn't even get to this, didn't even get to that. But we got a lot in there. Hi, Caroline, super random, but did you know Miss Rachel follows you on IG? I just saw that today. Yes, I do. I will admit to freaking out when she followed me and I sent her a message that she hearted. And I said, I just wanted to say you're an incredible light and I'm so thankful for your voice and your never-ending well of compassion and kindness. I used to teach elementary school. Now I'm a political and cultural commentator. I remain inspired by your warmth and clear-eyed focus on how everything we fight for is to make this world a better place for its children, for all future children. So thank you for all that you do. Damn, she left you on red. She's busy, okay? I'm surprised she even saw it because I imagine that she gets a ton of hate messages. I don't even have to imagine. I know she does. I know she has been the subject of harassment, smear campaigns because of her advocating for the lives of children. Super controversial, I know. She probably gets a lot of love messages. It's hard though because in order to like look through the messages of support, you do come across a lot of really heinous shit. That was why for a while I stopped looking at any DMs at all, and still I don't spend that much time in the DMs because a lot of it is really crazy, but then I'll see a message that is really important and I go, damn, I hate that I don't see these all the time because shit's crazy. I have one person who keeps finding me on every platform, no matter how many times I've banned them, sending emails as well, calling me an Asian fleshlight for Hassan Piker. So in case you want to know how things are going in that department of consistently being on the receiving end of the most disgusting, racist, misogynistic shit because of because of people's insane hatred towards this man, but they don't have the ability to do the misogyny thing towards him, so they do it towards me. Yeah, and then it's like no matter how many times you block them and ban, they'll just make new accounts. They just pop up, and I know it's the same. I know it's the same people, and I also will go whenever there's an uptick in it. I'm like, oh shit, has one of these psychopathic YouTubers or streamers said something about me? Because I have all of them blocked as well. I block them all. I try not to. I try not to pay attention to, I don't know, whatever the fuck they're doing, but usually there's a through line. I wonder which community those people are from. Yeah. I've seen some heinous shit in your replies. Yeah, I mean, I'm far from the only person who's on the receiving end of heinous shit. When Hutch was reacting to you, I saw an increase in comments. Well, that's because I'm pretty sure he was going to his Discord and saying, I need you all to back me up, which is, you know, it's like these people are such pathetic losers that I don't even want to deign. It's most of the time, it's like, this does not even warrant a response. It is really, it's really loser behavior. And I don't know, it's like, you don't want to give them attention because they so desperately want it. Everyone is just clamoring for fucking attention. You know, it's like, I feel that way all the time. The kind of paradox of calling out dangerous behavior. Like, this is how I feel with these manosphere influencers. Okay. And also when they're doing such extreme stuff that people are shocked by the extremity, but then it also kind of becomes a joke, like clavicular. And then it gives them exactly what they want, which is attention, because this is an attention economy. And then they are highlighted from that. They are, they get the views, they get the engagement. It feeds right into what they want. And so, I don't know, it's always kind of it's the struggle of going, yeah, this is really bad and crazy and we should call that out. But also a lot of these guys, it's like they get so much attention, but actually don't have the real viewership, or certainly not for a while. I mean, they all bought their shit anyway, but it's like Myron Gaines will have 5,000 live viewers, but is talked about all the time because he's always saying and doing really extreme things, and because he's the subject of documentary after documentary after documentary. And I know that they do make that calculation of, okay, this is probably coming from the perspective of someone who does not agree with the stuff I'm saying, which is why they are, you know, kind of paranoid, kind of trying to figure out if it's a hit piece or not. They love to talk about hit pieces. But then they're also like, but this makes me more famous. This makes me more of a mainstream figure. And that's what they want, because that is that attention, that fame is money, that is more people that they can grift to. That's the calculation. Antonio, thank you for the gifted. Amaris Q, thank you for the 15 months. From the outside, it feels like he's way more than a 5K Andy, but I'm not shocked. Yeah, so many times, like when I first started seeing what clavicular was actually getting in views, I'm like, what? This guy is all over the place because the stuff he's doing is so extreme. It's so crazy. And that's just incentivizing then people to do even more extreme things. That's the problem. It's like that incentive then for others to follow and go, okay, I have to be even more extreme than this. I have to somehow break through in this attention economy. And so I am just going to do something even crazier. The fucking clippers. Yes. The whole clip farming, that whole ecosystem. I try not to get into combat and comments because it's so unproductive, but I did once when someone said that you doing back to black karaoke was trying to do obscure songs. How fucking dare they? Not on Amy Winehouse's memory. Not on Back to Black. Okay. One of the most perfect albums of all time, mind you. Cannot stand for that. Not about Back to Black. Part of it is people think it's popular, so they watch. Oh, for sure. It's the perception of being much more popular than actually is the reality. Small indie artist Amy Winehouse, we are losing the sacred texts. I know we're losing the ancient texts. We are. This is why I gotta move forward with my pop culture focused series that I want to do. That is it's pop culture moments, it's the ancient texts, it's all that, because holy shit, calling Back to Black an obscure song. Well, I'm not trying to be like the other girls because I'm singing a song that is by unknown artist Amy Winehouse. That's why you have to continue singing Back to Black. Oh man, twist my arm. Okay. Oofta. Oh my God. My timeline is just filled with these grifting ass, snarky, celeb gossip accounts. Zach Peter is one of the worst of them. And when I talked to a person who had been managing him, he confirmed what I already knew to be true, which is that it's a total grift. Zach saw the success that other people in his in his area have with always taking the very misogynistic position. And so he started doing that. And the Lively case gave him infused a lot of new life into his whole shtick, because he was trying to do that beforehand, but it was just not as successful. Oh God, I blocked that fool a long time ago. It's so maddening. And you know how we talk about all the time the right-wing the institutional infrastructure, which is why the mainstream conservative groups like Fox work with independent alternative voices, because they just have that massive support structure there. So much money that is funneled into the entire right-wing media ecosystem, whether it is cable news or it is YouTube or podcasts, individual voices online. They just have that support. And it's the same thing in pop culture, and the same thing in like celebrity geared news, where I see them collabing with one another. I see them like sharing each other's stuff because it's good for all of them. Okay. Anyway, I'm tired. I've classic hit my limit on being tired of talking about this stuff. God of Raw, thank you for the 14 months. Okay. Was there anything else that I had planned? I think I covered everything that I wanted to. So, like Candace Owens saying we should congratulate her will stick with me. Yeah. And meanwhile, you have all these leftists being like, Candace Owens is on the team. No, she's not. No, she's not. Just because Candace Owens has been saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Please. But again, and this is the last thing I'm going to say because I am really tired of talking about it, but leftists don't care about misogyny. So Candace Owens doing all this shit over here in the celeb news pop culture world, they don't care about that. They do not care how destructive and harmful this woman is because she has such a huge audience and she constantly is attacking abuse victims. They don't care. They care because they care about the fact that Candace Owens is a prominent anti-Israel voice. So they also will excuse, even if they recognize how toxically misogynistic and racist she is, it's like well, at least Candace Owens is calling out Israel. Oh boy. Y'all, if we are considering white supremacist, ideologically right-wing people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to be on the same side as us again, revolution ain't happening, okay? Moving our culture to the left to a more progressive place, it ain't happening if we can't make this separation. Transvestigating Brigitte Macron ain't paying like it used to. Yeah, she has to make her money from pumping out these videos that are all about whatever high profile case she has sunk her claws into, so that she can pay for the lawsuits she's facing due to spreading transphobic disinformation when she transvestigates people, when she goes after whoever. This reminds me of how leftists love Anna Kasparian now because of her anti-Israel commentary, but ignore that she's been transphobic against helping unhoused folks. Also, Anna Kasparian likes the right more than she likes the left. Let's not forget that. Okay, Anna Kasparian has way more smoke for leftists than she does for people on the right. In fact, she's frequently very friendly, very chummy with people on the right, like Tucker Carlson. I think she genuinely loves Tucker Carlson. Anna has said Tucker can be worked with and isn't anti-Semitic. Yeah. Didn't she do a whole Why I Left the Left? Yes, she did. Artie, thank you for the 8 months. Savage Diarrhea 69. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I hope that you can one day manage that diarrhea, because Lord knows, savage diarrhea, that is a tough place to be in. God of Raw, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Well, that's all I got. Those are my Thursday night thoughts. Christian needs to be held accountable. Finally.
Like everyone's saying gooning now. Like, I like gooning though.
Christian! Too much time spent with Austin. That influence there. Anti-corporatist, thank you for the 10 months. Okay, there's the Thursday night thoughts for you. And I just want to say, I appreciate y'all all the time, but I appreciate y'all. I do. I appreciate y'all. I know that you stick around and you participate in these conversations and you form this community because these are genuinely things that you care about as well. And we're just trying to make things better. We're just trying to move the needle a little bit. And I think it starts with really acknowledging a lot of this bad shit. So I don't know. I'm happy to have y'all here. because often it does feel real lonely. It feels like, ah, shit, here we go again. Oh shit, here we go again. And I often feel isolated on the left. I know a lot of y'all do as well, but we do have our inter-communities, you know. Flunky, thank you for another 10 gifted subs. Appreciate ya. Yeah. So when these are the types of issues that we talk about here, it feels a lot of times like we're kind of on our own island, even amongst the left, because it's not that I think all these other leftists are, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for being someone I can listen to at night. Thank you for tolerating my long ass messages in chat when I find the moment to yap. And I just hope too, though, that people keep finding this community. You know, these are the things that I talk about all the time. And if you are in other communities and you feel like there's a dearth of that, if you feel like you need to be somewhere that we do talk about these things and we are addressing these issues, then I hope you can find your way here. And I think it's good to have, it's good to be in different communities, you know. You don't always just have to just have one. But yeah, I don't know. I just hope that, like, I know there are people out there. I know there are a lot of women too who feel like overall Twitch is a hostile place to them, even in leftist communities. I know that they will still stick around, but feel like, oh, I guess I guess the women's issues don't really matter. And it's like, it's not just women's issues, because of course, you know, misogyny is overall a detriment to a healthily functioning society, and patriarchy and capitalism are intertwined. But anyway, I hope, if there are people, I know there are people out there, I hope to the people out there, to women out there, that you can one day find your way here or to another community similarly vibed, talking about similar things. Please know we appreciate everything you do. I know. Your voice on this platform has helped me confront my own internalized misogyny that was so deeply ingrained in me growing up as a Hispanic girl. I hope that as I grow older, I'll be able to take your strength with me. We carry the goddamn flame. Chivas fan, thank you for the 17 months. So glad I found this community in this stream. Shit gets too insane sometimes, but listening to you and your coverage always reminds me there's actual good people who care about these things. Hells yeah. It's sad that being intersectional in our thought has made an island for us, but that's just how it is, and I hope intersectionality becomes the default. Totally. And also, like, I will always be honest about what my strengths are, you know, about what I particularly focus on. A lot of it is informed from my lived experiences. You know, it's stuff that's very personal to me. But I know I'm not the end all be all. I just hope that my perspective on issues that I frequently cover, I hope that perspective is valuable, and that people can get that here if they're not getting it elsewhere. You know, so supporting other POC streamers, trans and queer streamers, you know, people are all doing their thing. They're all doing their thing. Hashtag straight cis het men for Kwan. Thank you so much, Non. Hashtag straight cis het men for Kwan. That's right. Exactly. You heard it here. Straight cis het men. This is the community to be in. You know, I always say, well, I get I'm not the messenger for probably like young straight dudes, but maybe I am. Maybe I actually am. Maybe this is where straight cishet men should be learning from. Okay? You want advice on how to talk to women? I will give you advice. I will tell you what not to do. And it's pretty simple. Start with treating women as human beings, okay? And don't try to pander. Don't try to pull any of that, don't try to pull any of that shit that you think is going to make you seem like you're not like the other guys. You're not like the other guys. Just very simply come from a starting place of seeing women as human beings, okay? There you go. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I am going to pull up a little Red Dead nightcap. A little Red Dead nightcap, a little Red Dead Redemption. How get women? How get women? All right. Oh. How get women? Gaming. Oh my God, Stoner Thursdays. Oh my God. Hold on. This time I got a pen, so I'm not going to choke on on hitting a vape, or not a vape, hitting a what's it called? A joint. Hey. was still not as bad. Still not as bad as when I hit the joint. Are you embracing your weed era? Honestly, I've been trying to. And it kind of started after 420 last year when I ordered weed on stream. And then I had to keep calling the weed place. So that kind of a little bit reignited my returning to smoking weed. But then after I had my recent mental breakdown, I had to reevaluate some things in my life. And one of those things was that I needed to smoke a little bit more weed. I'm not saying it works for everybody. Just a little bit here and there to kind of chill out the anxiety. Say less. Oh, yeah. So it was basically, don't stream every day. Don't stream until you're burnt out. Have your set days off and stick to the schedule. Be building outside of Twitch. Be taking care of your physical health. Going on more walks. Lifting weights. Smoking a little bit of marijuana. Genuinely, it is helpful sometimes as a little self-med to keep you off. Well, it helps when I am way too deep in things. I will take a little hit, and it genuinely, I like can't stay focused to be doom scrolling. Yeah, it takes the edge off. Something to just take the edge off a little bit. But I can't be stoned because I'm a highly unproductive stoner. So unless it's nighttime and I'm watching something on the couch or conversing with Christian, then it's fine. Then it's fine. But if I'm still trying to be productive during the day, I cannot get fully stoned. Okay. Conversing with Christian, specifically him only, yes, because the other thing that got me back into smoking weed is Christian. Christian, who, I can't remember the term that he has. It has something to do with his bong. There's like some phrase he uses to describe taking a bong hit in the morning. I gotta ask him, but anyway, Christian's been staying at our place a lot. And so he loves weed. So we will smoke and then just have long conversations. Did he get Austin to smoking? Austin, I think, he did edibles before Christian, but I think he does edibles more frequently. I need a tolerance break because so many people make me smoke weed. See, I'm the opposite. I have no tolerance anymore. I would pay money to watch that. Have you not been in my stream when Austin has called and had the edible is hitting? I'll be in the middle of whatever and he calls and it's night. It's off the edible. He used to get high and call Will all the time. He still does that.
Me and Mary Beth have been so worried about you.
He still freaking does that.
So, what do you think? What do you mean?
Oh, hold on a second. Okay, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me or my son. All right.
Those two families. The rich ones in the big houses. I don't know. Go have a look around. See what you can find out. Calmly, I mean. Sure. Dutch and I, we both think there's money to be made. I hope so.
Wait, what does he say? What did he say? I was definitely not listening to that man. He told you to take another hit. Did you say anything of importance, or was he just yapping? Yeah, sorry to that man, but okay, I'm gonna walk over to Bill, but I was fully not listening.
And but for Dutch and you poor people, I would have
Austin doing live commentary stoned as fuck during the live birth stream was so funny.
Hey, Arthur!
Taking that lawman out for
You can't make that shit up. Was she? What did she say?
What is it?
We got something cooking you might be interested in.
Am I gonna like the sound of this?
Been cooking since Horseshoe, but you went and kicked up all that commotion in Valentine.
Yeah, I
We was
did.
preparing to rob the bank there until you got involved in all that nonsense, and I don't know, I just feel like it's unfinished business.
Why
That
is
wasn't
this
my
guy?
fault. It was just one of them things.
Why is this
How
guy
come
pop?
every
Why is
time
he popping
I get in
off?
trouble, I'm called a fool and an idiot.
Because you
But
are a
when
fool
you
and
get in
an
trouble,
idiot.
oh, it's just one of them things.
Because I'm Arthur
It's a
Morgan.
good point, Arthur.
A very good point.
Sorry you ain't slay like
What do
this.
y'all want me to do?
Hit the goddamn bank with us.
You really think it's worth going back there?
4 of us can hit the bank easy, but I ain't gonna lie to you. There will be law if we linger.
Yo, Mort, what up?
No, just local boys being rounded up and pressed into action.
Meaning?
If we go in quick and quiet, we can hit it just fine. If there's 4 of us, I mean.
Y'all think it's worth the risk?
It's a bank, Arthur.
So?
Arthur, why are you?
take
Why do you even ask
good.
these questions?
According to the fella I met, yes. It's the end of the stock sales. Plenty of money.
We're
and
in
plenty
it for
of people
just the
milling
robbing
about.
itself.
All right, I suppose it's worth taking a look at least.
We should wait until the morning. In any case, I need to change out of these rags if I'm gonna be performing.
Okay.
It's
So,
just one of
Bill,
them things.
Better be worth it.
Oh, it is. We put a lot of research into this one.
Is this
I
chapter
hope
3?
so.
Oh, I couldn't tell ya.
All right. Let's go.
Mr. Morgan.
Could not tell
Strauss?
you.
That man. The debtor, Thomas Downs, apparently he's dead.
Dead? Huh. Well, he didn't seem very well.
His
Oh
wife.
my God, yeah,
I believe
fuck-
he has a wife
fuck
and child.
Margaret
She
Thatcher.
will assume the debt, of course.
Of course.
Then you can head up there and collect. We lent them a lot of money.
Okay.
I
Gentlemen,
spit on her
let's go
grave.
rob ourselves a bank.
What's the plan then?
Oh, we're gonna send Karen on in ahead as a distraction. Then we're just gonna rush on in afterwards. Just a small bank in a little town. Nothing that big in way of security. We just need to bring you along as a insurance policy.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. Follow me.
Well, okay, what?
Get
Not
out.
gonna lie, I am definitely.
So, tell me again about this big
Oh wait, what's
can't
happening?
go
What is
wrong
going
plan of
on?
yours?
Oh, it can go wrong.
That was
Anything
so
can
weird.
Once the shooting starts.
Well, that's reassuring.
I think I'm listening to every third word.
Like I said, we'll see how it looks. If we can get in all right, we'll send Miss Jones ahead to the bank. They won't recognize her.
I'll show you boys
Okay, I
how
will.
it's done.
Is that me?
What are you thinking this time?
I don't know.
Oh my God!
There's always
Where did they
life
go?
Nobody plays a drunken harlot quite like me.
Okay, this is probably the worst writing I've done.
When I was scouting the place the other day, there was only a couple of guards.
Cannot pay attention.
We deal with them and any customers who are feeling brave.
I keep looking
And you
at
always fancy
someone else's
yourself as the
horse.
boatman, right, Arthur?
This is why you should not smoke and ride.
Hey, I'm more than willing.
Do not smoke and ride.
Best I do it.
Oh, and did Dutch tell you I've
do.
also been cooking up some deals with them grand boys?
Oh my God. Okay, come on,
What?
come on, come on.
No. What kind of deals?
See, you don't realize, Morgan. I'm out there putting in the work same as you.
Yeah, this is
I've
really
been
giving
drinking
LA
with them
Noir.
a couple times now. Seems they're looking for some extra security.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Could be something in it for us.
Well, just
I
be
genuinely
smart
can't
about it.
imagine how bad my
Got a
driving
lot
in
of
LA
irons
Noir
in
would
that
be
fire
if
right
I also
Yes,
coupled it
I
with
know,
weed.
Morgan.
Can't believe you got me going back to Valentine.
Don't tell me it ain't hurt you leaving that bank behind.
Not really.
Work a town and not hit the bank? That's downright
Good thing you don't have to drive a cart.
I guess we went a bit beyond working it. We shot the place to hell.
You did, Morgan. Not me. I played it cool up there. Couple of punch-ups, dealt with
This
some
background
O'Driscolls.
track is giving heat.
Ah, is that right?
Like I said, you mess up, It's just one of them things. I mess up. I'm the prize idiot.
You're doing great.
Bill,
Thanks.
I don't know what to tell you.
Surprised you ain't already ripped me about that dynamite again. One mistake, and I'll never live it down.
What do you need?
What is he yelling about?
A medal?
Just know, I got the lead on this one.
We'll see about that once things get going.
Rattlehead, thank you for the 5 months.
So, thinking this through.
Bill is so drama. So
We shoot
drama.
a heap of his men in Valentine. We rob his stagecoach.
This is just dawning on you now.
And now,
I'm like, where's Robert De Niro?
one place he knew where to find
Where's Val
That's
Kilmer?
the genius of it. Folk never look at what's right under their nose.
I ain't sure that's always true.
What's happened to you? You're getting real nervy in your old age.
I'm not even that old.
Last few weeks happened.
Forget about Cornwall. He can't have many men left at this point. Got a bit hairy in that barn, but we all walked away fine from that.
Didn't walk away with much.
If 4 of us could deal with them in Valentine,
God, how
and
long is
4
this
of us could
ride?
deal with them after the coach robbery, I ain't too worried.
If you say so. We need to move quick
Yeah,
once we're
let's
in
fucking
Valentine.
pick up
I'm
the
sure
pace,
they
y'all.
ain't forgotten us.
Of course. In and out. Dutch is gonna love this.
Let's
Let's
fucking
get it
ride
done
like the
first.
wind, baby. Oh, Farlito needs to be brushed. This bank is on the other side of the continent. I know. All right. Everybody act cool.
Easy.
Everybody be
Keep it
fucking
down now.
chill.
We're here.
Act normal.
Hold.
Be cool.
Yeah.
Super chill.
Good morning.
Hello.
Super calm.
Okay.
Do they all know I'm high? Do they all know? Oops. Wait, where'd we go?
Here we
Oh,
are.
sorry to that man.
Okay. Get ready.
I'm sorry. Sorry to that man. Okay, wait. Where's Bill? Yeah, wait. He's
Best not
over.
cause no more shit around here.
He's over here. Oh my god. Yo! Why are all these horses shitting?
Okay. Go to work.
Of course. All right, keep it cool and follow me, fellers.
Okay, wait, what am I? You want me to stay here? Okay, or am I coming with you?
So, we never decided. Is it lost little girl you want, or the drunken harlot?
Oh, harlot.
Of course, you know I like the harlot.
You're the
They
only one.
won't be able
You're
to
a bunch of
resist.
filthy sinners and the heartbreakers, a lot of you.
Nothing like a drunk harlot.
If you're ready, get going.
Good luck, gentlemen.
I love that her name is Karen.
I really think you should leave, madam.
I'm not leaving till I find him.
Okay, we're going.
No, hold on. Wait till she's got him reeled in.
You don't know me. Oh, stuck up
Giving the
in here.
performance of a lifetime.
Stuck up last night. Sorry. Just between us.
I've never seen this woman in my life.
Get your goddamn hands up!
Go.
This is a goddamn robbery!
Yes.
Oh,
That was a warning. This is a
Okay,
stick up.
the door's unlocked.
What you think we're here for fun?
Oh God. Arthur has a scary voice on.
Open the goddamn vault! Open it! Too goddamn slow!
Oh God, Arthur's so scary. You know what? Just in case, I'm gonna aim this totally far away from him.
Too slowly! You better get that door open right now.
I'm
nearly there.
I'm gonna shoot you in the.
Shut up a bitch! Hurry up!
Wait, I feel bad.
Come on!
Oh.
Okay. Shut up a bitch!
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Why is this guy taking so long? Oh God. He deserved that. Okay.
I'm in! Someone come make sure the chute behaves himself in here.
Come here.
So-
Open the lockboxes now.
Shit.
The manager does that.
God damn it. Now what?
Fuck.
Guess I'll crack
How's
them
this
or
guy
blow
been
them up.
beaten so
Keep
many
an
times?
eye
Still.
out. I'll be as quick as I can. Yeah, I think I should be able to crack these.
All right, but you better be quick.
Crack open the
Shut
safes?
the hell up and stay still.
How? Are we just supposed to know this?
Hey, keep still. If I see that leg move again, you get a bullet in it.
What? Crap. Oh. Oh.
How much time do you think we got?
Oh, I see. We just do it. I was kind of in Resident Evil mode where I was like, do I need the clue from somewhere?
How are you getting on?
Oh, wait.
Going
Hella.
as fast as I can. This
Hella
is
money.
slower, but
Hella
it's
money.
quieter.
Okay.
Okay.
Me too. Boys, you need to move this along.
Oh, too fast? Okay, there we go. There we go.
Don't worry, I see him.
Slowly. Yep. 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 Almost there.
Please, let
Oh,
me go.
too fast.
I won't say nothing. I swear.
Too
Shut
fast.
the hell up and stay where you are.
Nice. Okay. Why is this
I'll
so
go check the
hard?
front. Bill, how's it going in there?
We're getting there. A few more minutes. How's it looking there?
$4,000? Oh, we're so
Don't count your
rich!
tickets just yet.
Why is this going so fast? Okay. Okay. I'm trying to go slow. Slowly. 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 Okay. Slow. Bro, you could really crack safes so easily back in the day, huh? Okay. Yay. Yay. Oh my god, it's so rich.
That's another one cleared.
Yeah!
This is looking good.
How much longer?
Bro,
Nearly
you
there.
can't rush
Sorry, partner.
genius.
Shit, hurry up.
I heard. Go on.
Come on. Okay. Yup. Almost done. Yep. Okay. Time is money. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? Yes. Yes. Maybe I just keep this one for myself, you know? 5,000? I think that's a just reward. Okay, last one. Last one. Last one. Come on. Why is this taking? Oh, okay. Slow. Bro, by today's standards, I'm a freaking billionaire. How much is it? Another $5,000. Holy shit.
We seem to have some company.
Okay, hold on. I gotta loot this bank teller. Is he alive? Oh shit.
You're all boxed in there.
I don't know why this isn't. Arthur's not moving. Maybe I should just like run out the back. Just kidding.
Assuming folk ain't dead in there, you won't swing.
Oh boy.
I said come out now.
Yo, this is how things used to go back in the day.
If the shooting starts, you're all dead.
When the shooting starts, when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot him! I made a terrible mistake.
Get out of there, miss!
Sorry.
Oh shit! They fell for it.
Come on! Ready, go right!
Oh shit!
We're shooting our way out of here, boys!
Oh my god! These guys don't know that they fucked up. Oh fuck! Where is he? Oh. All right, let's get out of here. Okay, just kidding. There's way more guys. Oh wait, I have an idea. Oh shit! I don't have my other stuff with me. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna throw some dynamite.
Let's go! Come on!
Club ammo. Wait, do we have any time to loot?
For Christ's sakes! It's 3 men in a gun!
You guys, help! Help me! Nobody is helping! I was on my own. God. Whoa. Wait, can I get to my horse? Can we just like blast out of here? Wait, I don't give up.
Gotta get to the horses!
Okay, hold on. I don't want Farlito to get. I don't want Farlito to get horried.
Let's go, goddammit!
I don't want Farlito to get horried. Fuck. All right, let's fucking ride. Escape the law with Bill, Karen, and Lenny. We gotta outrun the law. Follow me, guys. I do this all the time. Ah! Wait, no, not that! Fuck. Okay. I meant I escaped the law. Oh no, I didn't escape the law. Shit. Okay, wait, don't follow me. Actually, don't follow me because sometimes crazy stuff happens. Okay, just kidding. Follow me again. Okay, everybody, eyes on me. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. 1, 2, eyes on you. Maybe we should go a different way. Nope, I'm back. I am back. I'm back going the same way, I swear to God. Wait, where did they go? Oh. Oh, wait. I get it now. I understand. Right. Here we go. This time.
Right! Get the hell out of here!
This time we're getting it. I really am not the leader, although I am definitely riding my horse like I am. I can't help it. Oh, yep, there they go. Yep, okay. Yep. Oh my God. I'm just really not like the other girls.
Look out!
Dude, I freaking got that guy. You look out. Get their ass. Swear to God, if something happens to Farlito, it's because he suck at shooting.
They're still coming!
Got that guy.
I'll see you bleed!
Oh my God, you guys, freaking get him. I'm trying to do everything.
You see any more of
God
them?
damn it. Oh my God.
God damn it, there's more of them! Ah!
God, there's so many of these freaking guys. Finally.
Where the hell are they coming from?
What the fuck? Got his ass. Thank you.
Come on, get across! Gotta beat that train, Morgan!
Oh, okay, well. Woo! Maybe if I had been the freaking leader. Would have been the last one.
All right. I think we lost him.
Thank you,
Wait, that was
gentlemen.
very
That
exciting.
was
Stupid and dangerous. Thank you.
That was an exciting
We're
heist. Can we do that
alive and
again?
we're paid. I don't see the problem.
Yeah, and that is the problem. Still, this is a very good take. That you'll be happy, even if it did come with a heap of
Probably
trouble.
stole the
Hey, it
cops'
was
retirement
fun.
fund.
Maybe you're right. Now, go on, get
You know
out of
what?
here.
Arthur
Have some
had
other
fun.
business
Look
to
at
attend
him.
to. Don't head directly
Look
back
at him.
to
He
camp, and make
clearly
sure
had
you
fun.
ain't followed.
And he's sweating.
Mrs. Downs.
Arthur.
Yeah.
You got a smile on your face. That's sweet.
Go.
It's the happiest he's been in a long time. Yeah. Love that for him. How rich is Arthur? Ugh, honestly, we're always having to give money to the freaking ass camp. Where am I going? You know what? Those are questions that don't need to be asked. Instead, the question is, how am I going? You ever think about that? Like, no one ever says, who's the good boy? Or no one ever says, how's a good boy? They say, who's a good boy? Or why am I going? Yeah. Is this my wife and child?
my husband's not cold in the ground and you come back
Secret wife and child?
Archie, I nearly paid off what was owed.
Your husband knew the rules when he took that money. Now, I'm real sorry about the way things turned out. But he had a choice. Ain't my fault about the way the world is.
Good night,
He
Mr.
didn't
Sonic
have a
Den.
choice. He was good and he did good. There wasn't no choice in that. And you've as good as killed him yourself, and don't kid yourself. You had a choice.
You roughed up her
as if
husband.
killing was something I cared about.
Shit.
You
Did
ever
I?
wonder about eternity?
Rahul, thank the
I
prime.
hope it's hot and terrible, Mrs. Downs. Otherwise, I'll feel I've been sold a false bill of goods. Now, please, give me that money.
Please, lady.
Either you got a lazy eye or lack of respect. Which is it, boy?
I ain't got no lazy eye. No respect for the likes of you.
Well, maybe when your mother's finished mourning your father, I'll keep her in black on your behalf.
Arthur!
Think on that, boy.
Well, maybe you shall, sir. And maybe other events will transpire.
You best stick to them books, because mark my words on this.
Arthur, this is
Vengeance is
toxic.
an idiot's game. Ah, Mrs. Downs, thank you for your punctuality. It's next to godliness, isn't it?
That's cleanliness.
I'll have to take your word on that.
Arthur,
Good day.
you're being a dick. Not in a funny way. Not in a cool way. Yeah, are we the baddies? Yes. Was that because you're low honor? Oh. Like, what comes first? What causes what? This is low honor playthrough? Oh my god. You gotta. Oh, wow. Wait.
A day well spent, I say.
We got some freaking cash. Yeah. Arthur. Yo, is there any freaking stew around here? I've been out, you know, getting money for the camp. Wait, love this song. Should I shave? Yeah. Let me, I'll shave. Let's go everything. Let's see.
Gentlemen, a moment. I just want to say
Whoa.
to Miss Karen, Bill, Lenny, Arthur.
No one will recognize him. He can go do all the crimes he's done, but all over again.
Hang our heads in shame. They remembered.
Totally new dude.
Goddamn bank in Valentine.
Damn.
Rest of us are slipping. Pride.
Totally new face.
Never forget.
I'm not even kidding. I could go do all those crimes again because I look like a different person.
I salute you.
Dun, 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 dun.
Micah?
Oh, I hate
Sit
Micah.
down, my dearest friend, and show me just what you got.
Now forgive me if I slip and stab you in the face.
You know, I think the last time I played this was with Skinny and those boys and Strawberry.
Wait, I'm not good at this. I just remembered.
Kept the grip warm for you.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, I'm good. Oh, I'm really good. Hold on. Oh, so locked in.
See? Not a problem.
I don't know if I could do that again. That kind of took everything out of me.
Now, let me see.
Okay. Can I do this again? Oh shit. It's Y? But why? Uh-oh. These buttons are further apart than I'm used to. And turn. Ah! Wait, no, I ended my turn.
It's too easy.
That didn't count. All right, I'm over this. I'm out of here.
You be well.
Oh shit, Micah won the pot. Whatever, it's 40 cents. Who cares? I'm rich. Okay, let me do one more mission. Let's look at the map. Beep, 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 beep. Bow Gray. Okay, let's go see what Bo wants. Ew, hate that guy. Is there anyone in the camp that I even like? Okay, let's go. Oh. Never mind. Gonna go by horse. Treat yourself to a new gun or new outfit. What's wrong with my outfit? What's wrong with the purple vest? What are you saying? Why do you think I need a new outfit?
What?
You don't think it's cool? You don't think it's sick?
Yeah.
Okay. Barlito, I am going to give you a treat. Because that was not cool. And I know that. Did you eat this carrot? Okay. I'm gonna give you oh no. Okay. I think you're okay. Yep. Yep. That guy's going piss.
Yeah.
Okay, I am gonna pay so close attention. Wait, the left LT button, I haven't even given treats. Yeah, why didn't that work?
Hey! Over here! Over here!
Sorry, I can't look. I can't take my eyes off the road because I don't want to kill my horse. Again. Again. I'm scared.
Raiders fought tooth and nail.
Wait.
Just calm down, please.
Who is that? Where's that woman's? Where's that coming from? Is it back here? I'm gonna kill this freaking guy.
You brought your damn himself to ruin.
I'm gonna kill this guy.
Have this.
Choke him. Choke him. Choke him, Arthur. Fucking kill this piece of shit. Loot his ass, first of all. Killed him with my bare hands. Son of a bitch. And I lost my hat. Where's that woman? Is she okay? She cool? I hope she's cool that I killed her fuck ass husband. Oh wait, I forgot I'm the sheriff. Or I'm not the sheriff, I'm working for the sheriff. Anybody else around here being a real piece of shit? Anyone else do I need to fuck up?
Hope we find someone who wants to be a hero.
Yeah, me being deputy means it was legal. What the fuck?
Bitches! Get back out of the way! Goddamn breakaways sneaking about here!
I know. I can't believe they're sneaking.
God damn it! Who are you? What are you doing here? Great family business. Coming through.
Yeah. Official business. Okay, my honor is not... It's not up. Okay, Farlito, do you need a pet? Do you want some... Do you want a cig? Do you want a cig?
Yeah, I'll stay there, boy.
Aw, little TT. Hello, Snacky. That's my boy. You just need one stream to go hunt down the clan. You'll be a saint. Yes. Please. Where is this fucking guy?
You got my money?
Sure. Did she give anything? For me?
Yes.
Might I have it?
Sure. But it'll cost you. I can't be bothered. Here, take it.
Oh, thank you, Arthur. Thank you. My God. What a woman.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?
For sure.
What?
Women's suffrage. Around here, they don't even like men voting. They'd bring back the monarchy given half the chance. Progress is a dirty word in these parts. Unlike incest.
Excuse me?
I don't want to marry my cousin Matilda. I want to marry Penelope.
Oh, shit.
But they'll kill her at one of those rallies they're holding.
I mean,
They've
he's
done it
not
before.
wrong.
Mister, you gotta help.
No, I'm afraid I don't want no part of it.
I'll pay. My family, we've still got some money.
This sounds like the shit I'm
Fine.
all about.
Just no more running around with letters.
Thank you. Come on. We better get going.
Let's go. You don't want to marry your cousin? You ain't got to marry your cousin.
Yeah! We'll go around the property and take the road to town.
The family tree is just a straight line. Just a straight line.
Easy, boy. Calm down.
Oh,
I can't be
Carlito.
calm. If we don't get there in time, my true love may be shot.
If she wants to rally, you gotta let her rally.
Well, good as the cause is, I can't let her become a martyr to it. I want to marry a flesh and blood woman.
Okay,
Not a
well,
statue in her honor.
let her
I'm
make
sure
the
they know what
choice.
they're doing.
There.
Maybe.
There they are.
Bo, what are you doing here?
I cannot let you go
Maybe
through
she
like
doesn't
this.
like you enough.
You'll be killed.
I'm prepared to die for the cause, Bo. You
She's
know that.
prepared to die for the cause.
Do something, please.
Do what? Fight this mob?
We must begin.
They'd eat me alive.
This is no laughing matter, sir. They need protecting from certain elements. Mostly
Wait,
my
you?
family. Penelope, I beg you.
I'll tell you what. Your friend here can drive the wagon for us. It'll allow us to shout all the louder. Hooray!
Sure.
Miss Calhoun. Miss Calhoun. My
The
friend
women
here
are
says he
acting
can
up.
drive the wagon.
Well, Olive Calhoun. Normally I like to drive myself, but today I feel like a man joining us sends the right message.
Well, I ain't never been in a protest march
A
before,
male
madam.
feminist.
Well, just treat us like the sheep.
This is the
and
future
folks
that
attacking
liberals
us
want,
like the
those
wolves,
damn
and
liberals.
I'm sure you feel right at home. Shall we go? All right, ladies.
Hi, my name's
We
Arthur.
know our
I'm a
song
male
is a good one,
feminist.
and we know our cause
I'm
is a
an
pure
ally.
one.
Yes, ma'am.
Let liberty reign.
Oh, Lord. I really don't want anything to before.
Keepers and daughters, we cook the food and we fetch the water.
Okay.
Songs of freedom and glory. Now,
Trump.
take us down Main Street.
It is
right
going
through
very
town to the
slowly,
steps
though.
of the Bank of Roads, Mr.
I don't have any
What was your
control
name?
over the speed, which is good.
Very good, Mr. Morgan. Not too quick and not too slow. We need them to hear our voice.
Well, they'll hear it all right.
And then decades later, Hillary Clinton would be a producer on a Broadway musical called The Suffragettes.
Just a driver, Mrs. Calhoun, and maybe a shotgun messenger if it comes to it. I hope it won't.
Our message will be delivered peaceably, Mr. Morgan. You can keep your shotgun to yourself. Stay on Main Street. It's a left.
Arthur will either give or take women's rights for us all.
It's about to get exciting. I can feel it.
I believe you might be right.
Good day, Sheriff. I trust you'll make sure it's a peaceful assembly.
Woo! What? These losers throwing rocks? Get your fucking ass down here.
I give you the male of the species.
That's a pretty dumb specimen, I grant it.
Almost there. Take us just a little further, please. This spot is fine, sir. Ladies,
Sis,
get down.
had straight men for Kwan.
Go home! Shut your mouth!
Oh my god, I'm gonna fight all these guys.
Cause all this trouble. You don't even Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great day for all of us. For today is the day we begin to live
These
as
damn
equal.
women can't vote.
Yes, equal, sir.
What are they
Fair
asked for
and
next,
equal.
right?
This is unnatural. This is nonsense.
Fair, equal, and free, just as the founding fathers intended.
Founding fathers.
Yeah,
not
here comes
founding mothers.
this
you silly
dude.
old goat.
This philosophy dependent on biology.
What the hell you doing here, boy?
Just the type of guy.
Trying to listen to the speech.
I wanna kick the
darling
shit out of.
cousin. Don't you ever
Go,
speak to me
Arthur.
like that. What are you doing here? Listening, I suppose.
Go help Bo. His cousin is a moron. And stop them from ruining the speech.
Learn
Don't
yourself some
worry.
manners, cousin. Haven't you got anything better to do? Oh, you always was
Bo,
a cocky little...
weren't we just leaving?
Who the hell is this?
Follow me around here.
What? You'll hit me?
Come on.
Oh,
Good.
you'll
Can you
find
not
out
see
soon.
How idiotic you are.
Come on, Bo. Let's go. Quick now.
Wait! 2 on 1?
America. What a land of the future.
Haha, you thought that would be a challenge. Just kidding.
Brother? Oh, hell.
Could do this with my eyes closed.
Am I gonna lose my fist in that gut of yours?
Together.
Yeah,
I
baby.
guess that's settled then.
For salvation.
Fucking assholes.
Stuck in the past. In the old way. And we will.
Wait, did I miss a cutscene?
You gotta go before they wake up. Oh, Lord.
I just went for it.
Monarchy. Decadence. That's
Well,
the European way.
you know how I am
Our
sometimes.
way is to see a spark.
Way ahead of ya.
I know a place.
Is that
It's an
my
old
rifle?
battlefield no one goes to.
That'll be.
And old. A nation of the future.
Wait, what did you say?
You don't want to go back and hear the speeches? I ain't voting.
Ain't you
before.
interested in being a male
Kinda getting hot
feminist?
for voting rights.
I don't know whether to take you seriously, Mr. Morgan. My cousins are my primary concern right now. If everyone knows about Penelope and me...
Wait, did I get-
Everyone knows about
Did I
Penelope
lose
and
honor?
you. I know about Penelope and you, and I've been here
Fuck
all
that.
10 minutes. Sooner it's out.
I should
sooner
have
it's
gained
solved.
hella honor
Sooner
from taking
it's
down those
dealt with, you mean.
scumbags.
We're dealt with. Our families, the Greys and the Braithwaites.
Why? Because I looted them?
We bury our secrets.
Oh,
And we bury
please.
them deep.
We need to
Secrets
change
in
that.
your treasure.
We need to change that law in here.
Catherine Braithwaite's got
You know
a
what?
daughter.
I, Arthur
one's
Morgan, have
seen her
decided to
in
run for
years.
office
She weren't right. You know, and Penelope said...
on one
I ain't
policy.
heard about daughters. I heard about gold.
But Yankee gold? I fear that's just a story, Mr. Morgan.
I should not lose honor for looting people's dead
This
bodies.
is awful.
Nobody died. Ain't that awful.
My cousins are vindictive bastards. My brothers are vindictive bastards. My cousins are worse.
They started it.
I know, but
You should leave.
Two
I
men
will,
murdered
as
at
soon
the
as I have
women's
enough money.
protest.
When my family,
And it was
we
by a man.
have money, but I don't.
Is your family very rich?
Yes, well, I believe so, but they keep me out of the discussions. I have more of a artistic temperament, so.
Oh, God.
Oh, is that what they
Oh,
call it?
this
Yes.
guy.
Oh, you made a joke.
He's like, because
I really love her.
I'm
I
a
do.
theater kid.
Well, stick around. Maybe you can die for her as well.
I thought you were trying to make me feel better.
Look, I gotta go.
Me too. Oh, damn! I'm gonna be late. My uncle
God, you
is
know
quite
he
as bad
spends
as
all
you would
day writing
imagine.
poetry and
Oh,
it's
here,
not good.
Your payment. Thank you. Excuse me.
It's like the birds are singing. My heart loves you. He's like, this is deep shit. Okay. Oh, mission complete.
Gotta go, boy.
Wait, I thought I was gonna get to beat the shit out of more of. I only gotta take out 2 of them? Why did that seem like more? There was more ass kicking to be had there. Wait, where's that A coming from? Where's that A? Is it here? Oh, no, that's what I was. Oh, yeah. Clemens Point. Clemens Point. Clemens Point. So, what I'm going to do here. Wait, where's my freaking. Oh, camp. Oh boy, that's. I'm It's like, what? Can't say anything. Just going back and forth. So you think those suffragettes get the right to vote?
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh, Abigail. We only have $9 in camp funds. You guys, is nobody working around here?
Morning, Arthur. Hey, Arthur.
What's going on?
Hi. What's
Jose
up?
and John are looking for you. They went out to the moonshine stash, said you knew where that was. They was
Do I?
planning a visit to the Braithwaite
Oh, yeah.
place, but John needs to do something for Dutch now, so Hosea wants you to join him instead. Seems to be a lot
You're
going
the
on.
breadwinner, I fear.
Telling me. Okay, thank you.
This is about to be some shit. Donating
Okay,
camp.
fella.
Yeah, I'll donate next time. I'll donate to the camp. All right, let's freaking go.
Come on.
All right, dude. This better not be some. This better not be something stupid.
Hey, Arthur. What are you doing?
Selling it back to where it came from.
Why?
I ain't got a market for it. They made it. They must have someone to sell it to. Stuff look kind of lonely out here. I think we'll cut ourselves
Nobody
a
wants to
deal.
buy the moonshine.
I get you.
You and Dutch was just doing your duty when you requisitioned it. Now I'm doing mine.
All right. I should get going now.
I'll leave you fellas to it. Good luck.
Oh God.
Thank you, John.
Oh boy.
We'll see you later. Dutch asked him to look into something to do with the Braithwaite horses, I think.
Sure, okay.
Okay, let's head out to the Braithwaite's place. You
We
know
need
the
a
way?
fence
Yeah, I've been
for
there.
the moonshine.
So what exactly are we doing? This is the moonshine we took after blowing up the Braithwaite still, right?
I think the good citizens taking the trouble to return their stolen goods deserve some reward, don't you?
I agree. How do you feel about being able to loot dead bodies?
Look, these are two big old plantation houses. And all I keep hearing is they hate each other so much they can't see past it.
I know. I've seen it. There's a gray boy and a Braithwaite girl carrying on a secret affair. I've been, well...
A la Romeo and Juliet.
The mind boggles. You think they're of use?
Not sure. They don't seem too involved in the rest of it, but maybe.
Here he is. Rin, thank you for the raid.
Hello, gentlemen, how are you? What's that in the back
Hi, everybody.
there? Moonshine, my fine fellow. May I have
I had a
word
little
with the
red
man of the
dead.
house?
The man of the house is a lady. Mrs. Catherine Braithwaite.
May I speak with her? I want to discuss
Oh,
a business
shit.
opportunity. I mean no harm. No harm at all. You may happily shoot me if I do.
Okay.
Okay. She's at the house. We'll be watching you.
You heard the man. Driver, proceed, please.
You know what? Watch me. What you gonna do? I'm motherfucking Arthur Morgan. I'm insane.
What you want? Found something. Out in the hills. Thought Thought maybe you was in the market for it.
For what?
Some liquor?
I ain't in the market for what's already mine.
The way we see it, it's ours. Well, with us possessing it, and I checked all over. For the life of me,
Got
I
'em.
couldn't see your name on it. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Relax, I ain't here to rob you. Though it seems that's easy enough. Wanna do a deal? What do you sell that stuff for?
$1 a bottle?
You give us 50 cents.
It's already ours.
Well,
there's a
it's
reward
ours.
for
We
finding
gotta go
the
back to
property.
explaining that.
Alternative is we go sell it someplace else.
The alternative is you get shot.
Now, who wants to get shot over a
The
bottle or two of
alternative's
liquor?
alternative is that you get shot.
Pay the man.
Pay that man his money.
Pleasure doing business with you. And listen, we didn't take it. At least not without orders from...
Oh, I know exactly who gave you your orders. Old Sheriff Gray. You know what? I don't want it. In fact, sir, now you can do me a favor. There's an extra $10 if you do. Drive the stuff into Rhodes, head over to the tavern run by Mr. Gray, and give the stuff out for free.
Mama!
Hush now.
Nobody
I believe
wants
they call that a
this
promotional
moonshine.
expense.
As you wish, madam.
I think at this
You
point we
boys
should
come
probably
back
just
sometime
drive it
and tell me
or
how
drink
you
it.
made out. Maybe we'll play a little cribbage.
All right. Next stop, the Rhodes Saloon.
Maybe we
Here
should
we
just,
go.
you know, let's just drink it.
So I finally sold those Cornwall bonds. Got close to 1,000 for them. I wanted more, but not bad considering how hot they were, especially after that bloodbath in Valentine.
No, not bad at all.
Apparently, Cornwall's been pumping a lot of cash into the Pinkertons. Wants to keep their full effort on going after gangs. Gangs like us.
Yeah, that don't surprise me.
All right.
Whoa!
You and Dutch already have that thing going on in town with
How do I?
the sheriff.
Yeah, Mr. Gray.
That's it. Now we're
Wait.
inserting ourselves in
How do
his
you
blood
get?
feud.
How do you backwards? How do you reverse?
We'll need
RB?
something.
I ain't playing dress up. You idiot. You know how I feel about that.
Of course you're not. You're a clown's idiot brother.
Hosea, please.
I'm the clown. You're the idiot. Just look sad and keep quiet. Even you can do that, Arthur.
Oh, I have to.
Put this hat on. Smoke this pipe.
There was no possible way I was
Bring
going to
your
be able to
lip
stop
forward. Just a bit. Squint.
in time.
Perfect.
What about you?
Oh, shh. You can't speak. You're turned idiot. Right? Broke poor man.
Thank you. He came out of nowhere.
Don't
He
get mad.
literally came out of nowhere. 1 second he was not there,
Wagon nice and fat.
and then he was there.
Okay, Fenton, stay calm now. For Mama, she loved you so. Just a shame you had to strangle her in a rage, right? Grab 2 cases of that stuff and follow me.
Wait, what? Who strangled who? Sometimes people be saying crazy stuff.
Gentlemen! Gentlemen! Quite the town you have here. We just rode in from up north. Hey. Hello! Hello,
Oh, he's
I'm
making
Melvin.
a backstory.
This is my brother
was
Fenton.
What?
Don't mind him. Don't madden him. He's turned idiot. Killed our mother, but it weren't his fault. How'd you boys...
Oh, I
how'd
see
you
now.
boys like a couple of bucks? I bet you would. One for each of you.
Wait, I'm blind?
We're in the new trade of advertising, which is an American
doesn't
art
talk.
form about
Yeah.
ensuring people buy the correct things. I don't know. $1 more. Says give us half an hour. What harm can we do in half an hour? Go along now.
Just like, should I
Enjoy
be
the
playing the
money.
part?
Come along, Fenton.
Oh, I'm getting weep.
Just hand out the liquor.
Okay.
Gentlemen! Gentlemen!
Watch this moonshine be so strong it just kills
That's my brother
everyone.
Fenton. He's a bit funny, but boy, can he pour drinks fast. For the next 30 minutes, the drinks in this here bar, in this here town, are entirely free. The only rule is that you gotta drink them. So hurry up, put old Fenton to work. Don't get him mad, though. His mama made him mad, and we buried her. Poor thing.
But we're not joking.
Everybody. Come on, fellas, it's your lucky day. I'll have one, Fenton. A gift. Bounty. It's a sin to look a gift horse.
Yep, coming right up.
Oh, that's some strong catchers all.
Just keep them coming.
Don't be shy, boys.
Okay.
Don't be shy.
Oh, wait.
It's the land of opportunity. Now it's your opportunity to get hideous and
Mr. Gray won't be happy about this.
Fenton, open another bottle.
Whoa. Arthur's really getting into it.
We got work to do, my boys. Let's go. Providence.
You're fine, man, Fenton. Fine, man. Don't listen to your brother.
I think he's kind of a theater kid. That's not Arthur, that's Fenton. Whoa, what the fuck was that? People are definitely gonna be blinded from the moonshine.
Hey, send a couple this way, will ya?
Free drinks. Up you come. Don't be shy.
Oh, wife is gonna kill me.
That shit must have tasted so unbelievably dang. It must have tasted so bad. But people are like,
Just keep them
hell yeah. You didn't have craft beers.
Lemoyne Raiders. Good evening, gentlemen. Quiet libation.
You.
Me?
You're the bastards who stole the liquor we was
Wait,
gonna buy.
fuck, this is drama.
We're in advertising. Come on in and have a drink.
That's our goddamn liquor.
An honest mistake.
Boys, get him.
Oh, shit. Oh my god. Wait. Are these the like... Fuck, why are my guns always so goddamn... Okay, come on, Arthur. And these fools.
You think we wouldn't find you?
And these fools. They don't know who they done fucked with. Wait, what happened? Wait, I totally won that. Wait, Fenton, what the fuck? Was I too slow?
Stay the hell.
Shit. Okay, I guess I gotta just light them up faster. Okay, how many more? Is it this guy?
You're playing the wrong game. Come on, get up here.
Okay. Okay. Almost got it.
Hi, Arthur.
Yup.
Arthur.
Oh, wait. Go up the stairs? Okay. Oh, shit. I'm trying not to be tempted by the loot. Kind of tough. Oh, wait. Was that not right? That was not right. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh my god, I have to do it all over again? Come on, man. Why? Because he, like, freaking died?
Good job, Arthur.
Bro, there's so many of them. I'm coming. I'm coming. wait.
Upstairs, hurry! Help me!
That's my guy. Oh shit, my hat!
Do something, Arthur!
I'm coming. And this time, he doesn't die. Oh shit. This is serious.
Think you can steal from us?
Oh! Should I follow? Damn, wait, that was a crazy jump.
I'm getting us out of here.
Wait, you're getting us out of here? Okay.
Got more coming after us.
Wait.
I see them.
I got him.
Shoot them then.
There's more to your right. I just Arthur coming out of the alley.
This guy.
We run the liquor around here. Stay the hell out of
Dude, I'm sorry you got shot in the face. Okay. Let's. Yes. Oh shit. These guys don't let up. No! I definitely was healing. Fuck. I was totally healing. Shit. Why am I so bad at this? Nutty Kiwis, thank you for the 14 months. Fuck. Killed mid-sip. Okay, bro. This time, I promise that I'll do a better job.
Got more coming after us.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Sometimes these guys can take a few hits, okay?
In front of you, Arthur.
Oh, in front of me? Oh, fuck.
He's down.
Oh, oh, God. Ah!
Look out on your right. Your fools are
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sometimes I really don't need to.
I see it.
Oh, God.
Steal from us? You're dead men. Ahead of you.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Christ. Is that it? Unofficial Neff raid? That was bad. Oh. You fuckers do.
Keep out of Arthur.
God, these guys just keep popping up.
You see any more of them?
Don't think so.
Chat was. What did you guys do?
This over a few bottles of booze?
I reckon it's more they don't want another gang on their patch.
Oh no.
Okay. Pull off the road here.
Don't ask. Well, I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna say, what did your chat do?
All right, we're good.
Yeah. Remind me never to take up a career in, what was it?
Advertising.
Yeah. You think that woman set us up?
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Can't trust
place
these
is dark.
gals.
I keep seeing those fellas.
Some local militia. Clearly not too happy to have some new competition. I'll go visit old Ma Braithwaite, see what's what.
Why?
We've been making money. The chest is filling up again, slowly but surely. Part of me thinks we just get ourselves good and lost. But we still need a lot more money before that can happen. So, for now, let me go give old
saying we're
Mrs.
broke?
Braithwaite some of this moonshine as, well, let's call it a peace offering.
Sure.
That was fun, Fenton. We'll make an actor of you yet.
Oh my God!
I'll go speak to Dutch.
Wait, you think I can
So,
be an
what
actor?
do you think? About what?
I
Fine
can
folks
be a
around these
performer?
parts. Oh, real nice.
Exactly.
On the one side, we have got the Gray family. Scots, degenerates, drunkards, the local law. You couldn't make this stuff up. Rich as Croesus. And on the other, their mortal enemies, the Braithwaites. Moonshiners, hypocritical, both rolling, we believe,
In gold.
And in the middle of it all, you got some inbred retelling of Romeo and Juliet.
Exactly.
Not the
So what you
inbred
boys
Romeo
think?
and Juliet.
We try to rob them both.
You sure?
Why not?
Because we got lawmen in 3 different states after us.
Last thing I want is to get us into trouble, but we need money. Now, we have the opportunity here to put ourselves in the middle of something ain't nobody gonna know we was here, because even without us, these fools are gonna kill each other anyway.
Okay, well, Hosea's gone back to see that Braithwaite woman.
Good. Hosea should definitely take the lead on this. I sent Sean over to Braithwaite Manor, too. Now, you can meet up with them, or join John and Javier at the Gray's place. Something to do with the Braithwaite's prize horses.
Well, how the hell did we get in at the Gray's place?
Sheriff Gray kindly put in a word with his father. It ain't that complicated. We gotta convince each family that we're on their side, and then we rob them both.
I like
Before they
it.
figure out it was us that done it, and not the other lot, we'll be long gone. Think of it as payback for my daddy.
Payback.
Your daddy?
I ain't in the revenge business, Dutch. Least of all for something happened a long time ago.
Dutch?
Well, I guess we all got
Dutch does not let go of things.
Now, if you will excuse me, Arthur, I got to write a letter.
He holds a fucking grudge.